All right, it is all about the African Knockout Championship, and it is going to be really remarkable, if you ask me. Live from the, let's say, Center of Excellence, which is Lagos in Africa, the PISTIS Center. We are just moments away from it being at full capacity, but I can assure you the excitement levels are really going through the roof. I'm not doing this alone. Of course, I have with me the one and only crime partner, or partner in crime, in Hugo, the Funk Daddy or Funk Master, which is it?
Funk Daddy, baby.
Funk Daddy, hey, okay. Funk Daddy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Victor V6 Godfrey. My name is Hugo Funk Daddy 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷, and we are back finally, once again, for another action-packed AKO fight card. And this is AKO 9, ladies and gentlemen, and it's full of surprises, We have a fighter that has been missing for about 4 years, and he's going to be making a comeback from his hiatus. The prodigal son makes his return today. And then we have a lot at stake in the lightweight division, which is a semi-final. So whoever wins this is going to make his way to the final. And then we do have a few of your favorites who are coming off losses and will be looking for some redemption tonight.
So it's all to fight for, so much at stake, because the main events will determine potentially a very big fight to come in our next MMA events. Now, not to forget that, we'd love to thank our sponsors who has made this possible, talking about Fearless Energy Drink, which are our gold sponsors. Of course, Embrace the Thrill, also Ace Global Depository, the Bank of Industry, and of course our ticketing partners for the 2025 season, talking about What a Deal. Of course, social media as well.
Oh yeah, before we get there, Victor, I'd like to remind you about the scoring system at the African Knockout Championship.
Oh yes.
If you win, you get 3 points. If you win by submission or beautiful knockout, you get extra bonus points. And now to social media, like V6 was talking about, please do follow us on YouTube. All you have to do, put in AKO 9. If you want to watch it live stream, you can watch it right now. If you want to watch it later, same thing, AKO 9. And on Instagram, the same thing, AKO.
All right, so it's all covered. Of course, big news for our fight fans across Africa. We just had a new deal with Thriller TV, which means we can enjoy the best of the African Knockout Championship live on Thriller TV. Okay, now without wasting time, let's take a quick look at what we have in store for you here on the African Knockout Championship. All right, it's incredible, exciting fixtures, fights we have lined up. Of course, having the first fight in the bantamweight division, Georgie Tuma, Kelio Diogo, not forgetting Osuma Ali Abad and Chukwuemeri Miracle Okoli as well. You don't want to miss that one. Of course, finally, it's Abdulrahim and of course Steve Ngono, and it's going to be a big one. Let's take a look now at the fight card. Really exciting stuff here, Hugo. The first one is in the bantamweight between Georgie Tuma and of course Kelio Diogo. Yeah,
these are two debutants, and of course, what would you want to do on your debut? You'd like to make a very, very good first impression. That's what you would like to do.
Second fight in the featherweight division, of course, you have the Ali Abad, Osuma making his debut, taking on Chukwuemeri Okoli as well. This is going to be an interesting one.
Oh, yeah, and obviously, fight 3, the light heavyweights.
Yeah, that's a big one.
The prodigal son
returns.
Yes, he finally returns. If you don't know Damilare Abdulrahim, I'm sure you know him as the Ring Beast, and he was a very, very, very exciting character in the inaugural AKO show. So it's good to finally have him back. And he's going up against Steve Ngono Essono of Cameroon, who had a very dominant performance in his last fight. He's coming off a win, won by rear naked choke. And the face-off yesterday as well.
Was interesting.
Oh, yeah, very explosive. So I can't wait to see that fight.
All right, now, without any further ado, it's time for us to head over to ringside for our very first fight of the night. And we'll head over to our ring announcer in Emmanuel. Emmanuel, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the African Knockout Championship second event of the season 2025. Proudly brought to you by Fearless Energy Drink, Ace Global Depository, Bank of Industry, and What a Deal, our exclusive ticketing partners. Our pre-judges scoring this contest are Ugo Ugone, Femi Oshuntolu, Solomon Basi, And our chief judge is Michael Wachter. Our referee in the cage is Austin Judah. And now, this is the moment the African MMA fans and our Lagos fans have been waiting for. We are live from the PISTIS Conference Center, Lagos, Nigeria. Lagos, let the knockout begin. And now, please welcome, making his entrance, Judge Itumo.
All right, it is all about the debut of the Kenyan now, Hugo. It is a man, Judge Itumo. He has a strong background in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Does that make a difference when you're making your debut here in the African Knockout Championship?
Well, it's very, very important to be well-rounded. You know, like I said earlier, it's vocabulary. You know, you can't say you speak a language when you can say good morning and good night. You know, when you have to have a conversation of, that's when you're going to know. I mean, you can say that to people that don't know how to speak the language and get away with it. But when you speak to people that know how to speak the language, you cannot have a conversation with them. So you have to be well-rounded. And he does have a decent professional kickboxing record of 6 wins, 7 out of 7 fights, you know, just 1 loss. So I know he comes out of the Nairobi Jiu-Jitsu Academy and he will be very well grounded. But he's also a decent striker, it seems. Yeah.
Now, you say he's a decent striker, which means that the striking, but also other aspects of the mixed martial art game plays a crucial role. You can't just go in with just striking. We've seen fighters who have done that and also, of course, come short. But the nerves now, this is the big leagues. You might be experienced in the amateurs. You might be ranked number 2 in Africa when it comes to jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
But this is a different ball game. As someone who has been in the octagon or the cage before, what has been your experience when you're having your debut fight?
Well, preparation is key. Preparation. And obviously, he's had a few fights out there, so that's also part of the mental preparation. He's been exposed to the pressure, the nerves, fighting in front of the crowd. So I believe he should be prepared for this. You know, this is the highest level. And if he's not ready, he's just going to drown in here.
All right. He is getting ready for this. His nickname is the Maverick. Judge Itumo from Nairobi, Kenya, making his debut representing the whole of East Africa here in the African Knockout Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Slalio the Hogo.
All the way from Angola is Clelio Diogo. Not to be confused with Diego Jota, or Dalo, sorry, or even Jota, that plays for both Liverpool and United. However, this is a different ball game. This is a different beast, a different animal. He's known as Luffy, an inspiration from the hit anime series One Piece.
I only just learned that today, Victor. And very, very thanks to you. You know, I was like, Luffy, huh? Why? But yeah, he's
You need to brush up on your anime, though.
I do. The face-off yesterday. I hope this fight is as explosive as the face-off was yesterday. It was electrifying. Both men in each other's face. Nobody wanted to back down, and both men look in tremendous shape as well. You know, so hey, they look prepared, and this is the African Knockout Championship. You know, you will be tested. I'd say it's to make a very good first impression. Wouldn't be about the win. The win is very important, but it'd be important to showcase your skills, your tenacity, and your willingness to actually be here. You know, so yeah, I think that's what the biggest test is for them in their debut fights in this promotion.
All right. As well as making his debut, here in the African Knockout Championship. The question now is, we talk about nerves, because you can have a wonderful training camp, have a great strategy, but you can also freeze when it comes to the big stage.
Yep.
What should be going through his mind with that one?
Once the fight starts, they'll be fine.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of action, 5 minutes each in the AKO Championship Bantamweight division. Introducing for us, fighting out of the blue corner is the Jiu-Jitsu, kickboxing, and Muay Thai fighter making his professional MMA debut. Fighting out of Nairobi, Kenya, Judge the Maverick Itumo. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, making his professional MMA debut, fighting out of Luanda, Angola, Slalio Luffy Diogo. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Judah.
But a quick look at the tail of the tape, if we will, as to how these two fights would, go through. And this is really important, right? This is where you get to see a better picture. Similar in age, a bit of weight disadvantage to reach, but we are ready to go. It's the first round, African Knockout Championship 9, and we have our very first bout in the Bantamweight division. We're going to start off in the blue corner that has George Itumo, known as the Maverick, all the way from Nairobi, Kenya, representing the eastern part of Africa, taking on Slalio Diogo, all the way from Angola, Luanda, called Luffy. So far, so good here. Your first thoughts in the early moments of this fight, Hugo?
Well, both men seem to have very good footwork. They have good eyes, which is like the most important part. Instantly, I noticed George Itumo tries to close the distance, and he's the one pressing forward. But Luffy, still very, very, very alert. Eyes wide open. He sees everything. He's trying to set up counters.
Well, that was a nice sneaky right hand I landed for Itumo right on the jaw of Diogo, who you call Luffy. But from what we can see so far, it is more or less both fighters still trying to feel out the atmosphere, feel each other out, even gauge the distance. Nothing really of notes landing just yet, but you can sense that something explosive is about to happen.
Oh boy, there's intention. There's definitely intention from both fighters. It seems like Luffy is on a bit of a back foot, but he's always dangerous, and both men, so far, good eyes, nothing heavy has landed. But yeah, we can see the intentions.
I can sense that Itumo from Kenya, fighting in the blue corner, has been on the front foot. But in this moment in time, we've seen an attempted takedown from Diogo. However, Itumo is showing a high level of resistance.
Oh, it was a very, very good entry, and whoa, straight into a beautiful takedown. But instantly, Itumo fighting to get up. Itumo himself is, wow.
A second takedown from Diogo. This is very impressive. Like we mentioned, it's important to keep your nerves, especially for both fighters. I think Diogo has kind of settled into an early rhythm, if you will.
I'd say they both have. They both have just perfectly timed takedowns. And Itumo has definitely been put on notice. Itumo is Jiu-Jitsu purple belt, fighting out of Nairobi Jiu-Jitsu Academy. They're one of the biggest Jiu-Jitsu gyms, not only in Nairobi, in East Africa. So yeah, he has
the prospects is pretty high. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he is. He knows how to grapple. That's for sure on paper.
Well, you have to say, based on the pedigree, perhaps of both fighters, amateur pedigree, if you want to use that phrase, Diogo has held his own against a fighter of the pedigree and training background of Itumo.
Well, those head kicks are getting closer, and Itumo needs to watch out.
But so far, so good. Itumo has been on the front foot now, hasn't he? And Diogo has been fighting off the back foot.
Yeah, but they're both equally as dangerous as either man has been. He's on the back foot, but he's definitely letting his hands go. He's letting his legs go. He's been close with the head kicks. He's had 2 takedowns in this round already. So, on the back foot, That's how some guys fight, you know. You just want to touch and don't be touched.
And that can be dangerous because you could just fall right into a sneaky trap, and before you know it, it's lights out.
Oh, there you go.
There you have it. Just for those of you who are just joining us, 2 minutes into the first half, or first round, I should say, it is Itumo in the blue corner taking on Diogo in the red corner. Itumo representing Kenya, as Diogo is representing Angola. And this is going to be one to set up the tone for the African Knockout Championship. You can see an attempted takedown by Itumo.
This is the first attempted takedown from Itumo, and it's a chance for us to see his takedown. And it was a good chance to see Luffy's beautiful, beautiful takedown defense. He definitely has done his homework. Yeah, knows how to grapple.
Do you feel that Itumo has been a bit surprised with the level of competition he's seen so far from Diogo? Because the anticipation was that more or less Itumo was the Maverick, was the favorite coming into this fight.
I don't know about that. These are two well-trained fighters, and this is the African Knockout Championship, you know. So
but we do have favorites even in the African Knockout Championship.
Of course we do, you know. But you know what you sign up for when you step into this cage, you know. These are the top boys, man. These are the top boys, and you got a nice cross.
That's
very
a
nice
lovely
cross.
right straight cross that landed flush for Diogo, and he's getting the attention of Itumo. Okay, you're excited about that.
Yeah.
Take it easy. It's just the first fight.
I know.
A lovely jab there. Attempt,
So
I think,
far,
was
so
blocked
good.
from Diogo, but Itumo trying again to establish distance. To be honest, even though he's been fighting off the back, Diogo has been impressive. The last 10 seconds of the first round, two fighters attempting. Diogo going down in a case that perhaps that was a bit of a low blow. The referee sends Itumo to a neutral corner, and
that was a groin strike.
You saw that?
Yeah, Itumo apologized. He definitely acknowledged what happened.
But if we look carefully, you can see a bit of swelling down.
No, it's the groin guard.
It's the groin guard, right? Oh, okay. No. I mean, swelling on his eye. That's what I was going to say. Come on. Come on, Hugo.
I'll play with you. Okay?
I was just look at the left eye of Diogo. It's a bit of a swelling. I could be wrong, but perhaps
yeah,
just
that
wincing
happened.
in pain.
That happened pretty early in the fight because I kind of noticed that as well.
He's wincing in pain, and obviously he is trying his best to see if he can continue. I don't know what the referee's decision will be. I think it's to continue the fight.
And that was like 10 seconds to go, you know.
Yes, it was 10 seconds to go.
Ready.
Fight. It was 10 seconds to go. And there we have it, the end of the first round in the African Knockout Championship 9 between George Itumo from Kenya and Clelio Diogo. What a fight we just saw. And some of the highlights kind of showcase what this first round has been. But based on your eye test here, what would you say has been who has been more impressive for you?
I'd say it was I wouldn't say an even round. It was a very close round, but I'd give that round
to Diogo, right?
To Diogo, yeah. If I was a judge, you know, for the strikes, they both
he was
landed.
more aggressive as well.
He was on the back foot, you know, but he did land a few punches here and there.
Like popping shots.
Yeah, but he secured the takedowns, 2 takedowns.
Straight right hand down the pipe.
I'd say that was the punch of the round.
And that was a low kick down to the sensitive regions.
Took a while to register, huh?
Yeah. Clearly, that was.
Boy, that was so flush as well.
That was flush. Yes.
Oh my days!
Wow. I guess we're ready for the second round. We can see a quick look at the stats of the first round. I don't know if we're gonna get that.
I wonder if he's recovered from that.
So there we have it. The stats of the first round obviously favors more to Clelio Diogo as we're getting ready now for the second round here. First fight in the bantamweight division between George Itumo and Clelio Diogo. And here we go. It is the second round action. Two fighters in the bantamweight division making their debuts here in the African Knockout Championship. And one can say, based on the eye test, Hugo, that Diogo had the better of the exchanges in the first round.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing.
Whoa!
He just landed
a lovely right hand.
Clean cross.
Yes. It was a quick combination of 1-2.
And this was on the back foot as well.
Which seems to be his best stance, because what he's doing, I feel, is drawing Itumo into a trap.
And
Lovely
another
takedown.
perfectly timed takedown.
Lovely takedown.
Oh my! I had a coach that used to call that. I don't know if that's the official technical term, but he'd call it calling. You know, he'd be like, call him to you. You know, make him think you're going back. 2 shuffles back, you stay there, you let it rip, and that's what Diogo is doing, and it's working perfectly.
What should Itumo do differently? Because I feel, to be honest, this strategy isn't really working, because he's just falling right into the trap. Lovely low kicks there by Diogo, falling into the traps of Diogo.
Well, I think Itumo just needs to be patient. He needs to stay safe, you know. Maybe Diogo will slow down, and then, you know what, even before slowing down, the longer it takes, the more you get your read and timing on these things, you know. So I think he just needs to be patient, stay in there, and weather this storm, you know. His time will come.
There you go, body lock lower.
You see that the fighters are right in there, giving it all they have. Like we said, it's a debut, and it's important for these fighters to make an impression here in the African Knockout Championship. For both of them, representing Kenya in Itumo, and Diogo representing Angola. Nickname for Diogo, of course, is Luffy. He's a famous anime character from an anime series called One Piece. On the other hand, you have the Maverick. And to be honest, from what I can see, Diogo seems more relaxed, more measured, more calm, more calculated. Like he knows his punch selection, his strike selection seems to be on point, like we say here in Nigeria.
He seems to have gotten his read on things, you know, and that's when fighting gets really interesting, you know, when you're sure, like, okay, I know how fast that guy is, I know how heavy he hits. You're starting to get a read on his footwork, you know, so yeah, you know, you start to get into a flow state. That's what fighters call a flow state, you know.
But you also have to be careful not to be too cocky.
Oh, no.
And you don't want to overdo it.
Of course. You always have to stay alert, stay focused. Good eyes. Most important part. You have to have good eyes, man. Keep your eyes open. Look at what you're fighting.
The bantamweight division is about to have 2 new entries. But which of these 2 combatants will make an impact on their debut here on the African Knockout Championship, as Itumo and Diogo still very much locked in this battle for supremacy? There's a second round of action. Of course, we have 3 5-minute rounds. From the blue corner, if you're just joining us, where have you been? But welcome. It's still the first fight of the African Knockout Championship. It is George Itumo taking on Clelio Diogo. Of course, Itumo representing Kenya, and of course, Diogo representing Angola. Second round almost winding to an end. Your assessment so far, Hugo?
Well, if you missed anything, you could just go on YouTube, AK09, you know, scroll back a bit, and yeah, you catch up later. But so far, my money so far is still on Diogo. You know, I think Diogo he's 2 rounds up at this point, you know, but there's still a lot of time to go in this fight.
Man, but have you noticed how he seems to almost read the moves of Itumo, gives him, I mean, those amazing counter strikes. Itumo comes in for the strike, he counters it, he raises the strike, he comes in for a takedown, he reads it. Look at that. Lovely counter strike right there.
That's exactly what he is. He's a counter striker, and you know, speed will always beat power, but you know what beats speed? Timing. And I was going to say, Diogo has been throwing that rear kick to the leg, to the body, to the leg, to the body.
He's setting a trap.
He's setting it up for the head.
Ooh. A straight right cross, straight down the pipe miss there by Diogo. An exchange as well from Itumo, but a lovely jab landing, snapping the head back of Itumo. And we have to be honest, less than a minute to go in the second round. You have to give it to Diogo. He has shown great composure and calmness. A spinning kick there. I don't know if he intended that. I think it was just for the cameras. I think it was for the cameras, to be honest.
That's going to take a little bit of energy, man. I think that was unnecessary.
He was, right? but if I'm being honest, it's another takedown from Diogo. You know. Oh, this has been a fantastic performance here from the Angolan. If I'm being very honest,
Itumo needs to stay patient. You know,
you feel he's rushing it, right?
But I feel he's going to start getting impatient soon enough.
A lovely elbow down there to the forehead, but the referee, we have less than 10 seconds. A few have a fist in there, but that's the end of the second round in the African Knockout Championship in the bantamweight division. And to be honest, Diogo seems to be on the ascension, Hugo.
Yes, he does. But I don't know. I think that elbow from the bottom might have rocked him a little bit. You know, he does look a bit dazed and a bit tired. Itumo, though he did end up on the floor, At the bottom, he did seem like the fresher man at the end of the round.
No, you had question marks as to if, well, a lovely takedown again by Dio. I mean, we had 2 great takedowns in this second round.
So he's 4-0 up on the takedown.
Oh, this was a great one. This was earlier in the second round, and it's obviously rattled, Itsumo. But those kicks are being blocked, the punches are being read, and being countered. So I think Itsumo needs to do something big in this next round if he's going to win the fight. We'll take a quick look at the tail of the tape for, I would say, the stats for the second round. And again, clearly, domination from one man in Clelio Diogo.
Yeah. In every aspect, with the punches, with the kicks, with the takedowns, and Itsumo has had 2 takedown attempts and was not able to get any.
None was successful.
Yeah, so he definitely needs a knockout in this round.
Here we go, is the third and final round. First fight in the African Knockout Championship, as we have Itsumo George from Kenya, known as the Maverick, coming in to take on, from the red corner and from Angola, his nickname is Luffy. It is Clelio Diogo.
I think it's time for Itsumo to really dig deep into his grappling arsenal. Let's see what you got. Purple belt in jiu-jitsu. Let's see all that jiu-jitsu now. It's time to show Diogo something else. It's time to show him something else. Yeah, pull guard. Let's see.
But can I be honest with you? Has Itsumo given you any indication that he can pull something out of the bag, out of the hat in this third and final round?
Well, maybe that's his secret weapon. Maybe it's something he's hiding. But so far with the takedown attempts,
well, those jabs are coming in now.
Yeah,
the jabs from Diogo are coming in now.
But I think there's so many different takedown attempts he can go for. He seems to just be going for the double leg, and Diogo just has a very good double leg defense. So, and with the striking, he's matching up, but he's just getting there, just behind Diogo,
2 fighters making their debuts here in the African Knockout Championship. It is Itsumo and Diogo, and of course Diogo mutters beneath his breath, "Oh boy," as Diogo tries a straight right hand across.
Oh, he went for the elbow,
lovely.
Elbow to cross combo there.
Lovely
Wonderful combo.
I mean, you have to be honest with you. Like I said, his strike selection has been impressive.
Oh yeah,
it has been impressive.
Kid is good. He's good. It's a good debut, definitely is.
And of both fighters showing that warrior spirit, mutual respect for what they both put on the line on this one. However, if I'm being very honest, Itsumo needs to do something special in this third round, because it seems as if Diogo is coasting to a victory.
I've never seen a fighter this successful at the AKO fighting with his back that close to the cage.
Right on the back foot.
I'm like right by the fence. He's not getting taken down. He's counter striking. Really, really good, impressive debut, I must say. Oh, very nice leg kick there from Itsumo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the African Knockout Championship, and it is AKO 9. We do have the final eliminator before we go for the big one, AKO 10, where we get crowned champions in the African Knockout Championship. But for now, our very first fight of the night, it is Itsumo from Kenya taking on Diogo from Angola. And it is the third and final round. You just missed it, don't worry. Like Hugo will tell you, just rewind a bit.
And that was the head kick we were talking about.
That was coming, yeah. But Itsumo was lucky enough to block that.
He blocked it, and then he tried to duck and almost got hit with a knee.
As well. So Itsumo has also shown great evasive, defensive awareness. However, Diego has shown better calmness and precision out of the 2 fighters.
He just seems to be a step behind, a half step behind, and at this level, sometimes that's all it takes.
Now, this is as impressive as a debut gets for anybody here on the African Knockout Championship, and for Diogo, I will have to say he has had a very impressive, very impressive.
You know who I think had a better debut.
Oh, well, who is that?
And he's fighting tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Dan the Great Iwuoha.
Oh, wow. If I made the knockout,
and it was the first fight of the night. Yeah, he came and he
attempted takedown. Oh, elbow to the back of the head though.
Beautiful double leg entry.
Is that legal?
Finish.
Finally, a first takedown for Georgie Tuma, and obviously the corner, you can clearly hear them very vocal, celebrating that takedown by their fighter in Georgie Tuma. Less than a minute to go in the final round. Is this a little too late, Hugo, or can he pull something out of the bag?
I can see some very good wrist control from Diogo, but now he's exposing himself to some elbows. The fact that he has his back to the fence is also making it very difficult for him to set up submission attempts. But he definitely knows his jiu-jitsu, and there you go, a triangle attempt. And Itumo is actually in a lot of trouble here because there's an armbar here too. If he doesn't get this, he might go for the armbar.
Oh wow! Impressive from Georgie Tuma right there. That was very close. Diogo being sneaky again.
Oh yeah, Diogo definitely is a bad boy with the jiu-jitsu. He knows his stuff. And straight away, he counters with his own double leg takedown and is able to secure it in the last 10 seconds of the round, of the fight. I think he secured himself the win. I don't know. What do you think?
I feel the same way too. And it's all over. The very first fight of the night in the African Knockout Championship 9. And that man right there, Diogo, looks like he has made a fantastic debut for himself here in the African Knockout Championship.
Well, both men walking around like they've won it, so... But I'd say Diogo, Luffy. I think Luffy just pulled this win. All 3 rounds, to be honest, I'd give all 3 rounds to Luffy. He had a very good shot selection, and I'd say the game changer were the takedowns. You know, oh there we go, the not illegal, you know, but the unfortunate groin strike. That was in the first round. Then some action from the second round. Luffy kept on finding success with this. He kept on setting up his cross perfectly. I think it was his best punch all night. Yes. You know, the rare hand, he kept on landing that punch. There you go, some ground and pound just at the end of the fight. I'd say a beautiful way to start. And shortly we'll be heading to the ring announcer to hear the results.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we have our winner by unanimous decision. Slelio Luffy Diogo!
Diogo right this way. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the very first fight of the night, Diogo Clelio Luffy. But let me ask you a question, Diogo. This is your debut here in the African Knockout Championship. How important was it for you to get your very first victory and make an impression for the entire bantamweight division?
Sir, good evening to everybody. I was star at IMAF. I was one of the best amateur featherweight in Africa, and here it won't be different. I'm going to be the best bantamweight.
Wow, big words and bold words from our winner tonight. I'm going to ask you another question. In the first round, we had a bit of a low blow. How long did that take you to recover? And what was your strategy coming into this fight? Were you expecting more competition, or was this a very tough fight for you?
No, it was a very very tough fight. Much respect to George. There is level on this game, you know it. Like I made a long time amateur career, so I'm at the level. In some pros, I'm making my pro debut, but I'm better than some pros. It's good, but no, it's not for me. Yeah.
I love your confidence. You're saying that you're better than some pros already in the African Knockout Championship. So let me give you the opportunity to have a final word to your family, your loved ones watching back home in Angola, and perhaps to any potential challenge you want to issue to any fighter in the African Knockout Championship.
Anyone, anytime, call. They can make a kill, and I'm going to shoot. Now I'm going to, can I send a message in Portuguese?
Yes, you can.
A toda a minha família, quero agradecer por todo o apoio. Nós estamos em uma época difícil, perdemos o tio a semana passada e mesmo assim eu fui treinar e muitos deles se calhar pensaram que eu não estava me importar com a situação, mas eu tinha que vir cumprir aqui com a minha palavra. I was saying that my uncle died last week and I had to go train with this situation. It's very hard because the family can think like this guy doesn't care about us, but I had a contract I have to make here and make them proud. So to our family, Diogo, big thanks. To ao administrador de Viana, o meu muito obrigado. Ao presidente da Federação Angolana de MMA, Armando Scott, o meu muito obrigado. E ao mestre Mário Rodrigues. And I cannot forget one person. Eu não posso esquecer uma pessoa. The most important person here is not me. It's him. It's my coach. Because he doesn't win anything here. But he woke up in the night, in the morning, to make me better. So, Sensei Marcio, big thanks. It's everything. It's everything. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in Diego Clelio, also known as Luffy.
The average person will hear no more times than yes throughout their lifetime. You can't move that fast. But what if you said no to all those no's? What if you decided you can go that fast and that everyone else should wait because it's your turn now? What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
Welcome to our world where every moment becomes an experience. Discover the hottest trends, must-watch movies, tours, and exclusive access to the best spots in town. Whether you're into concerts, festivals, or nightlife, What a Deal Events has you covered. For event organizers, we make hosting seamless. List your events, manage secure payments, enable QR check-ins, and streamline event management, all in one powerful platform. Join the experience, list, discover, and enjoy with What a Deal Events. What a deal. It's better with us.
Welcome back to the African Knockout Championship. It is AK09, Victor Godfrey, very much in the company of Hugo. And we've seen the first fights. Two debutants in Clelio and, of course, Itumo. But we clearly saw one being more prepared. And he spoke tough in the post-fight. He says, you know what, call out anybody. I'm ready to take them
Bring
out.
them on.
What impressed you the most with his attitude? Because, of course, he paid a tribute to his late uncle who died recently. I mean, he was almost emotional as well with that.
Well, that shows his strength of character, you know, his emotional fortitude. And that's very nice to see because that's the level you need. You know, that's actually the level you need. And both men were definitely well prepared. I could tell both men were well prepared. But Diogo was just, like he said himself, was just a level ahead. There's levels to these things, and he seemed to get there a step ahead. And I think this even makes the next fight even more interesting because they're both teammates, Itumo and Usuma Ali Abad, who's coming up next against.
And that talk about the next fight we have in the featherweight division. Thank you so much for that wonderful segue there, Hugo. It is from Kenya as well. It is Ali Abad taking on Chukwumeri Okoli. You can see the tail of the tape here. Similar in age, 2 years apart. The height advantage is for the Kenyan. The weight advantage, just 0.5 to be honest. And more or less, it is the reach that favors the Kenyan. But what does the man from Edo State have to counter the reach of Usuma Ali Abad?
Well, he better have very good head movement or very, very good wrestling or very, very good head kicks. You know, he should have good kicks, you know. But it should be interesting to see because yesterday this was another very feisty face-off.
It was indeed. We are getting ready for our next fight, 10. The African Knockout Championship is over to our ring announcer to bring on the fighters for the second fight.
And now, please welcome, making his entrance, Oshima Ali Abad.
It is another debutant making his way to the African Knockout Championship cage. This journey started all the way from Nairobi, Kenya, and here he is in Lagos, Nigeria, the PISTIS Center, where he wants to make history. Again, he is the #1 jiu-jitsu fighter in Africa.
Woo! Big credentials.
So he's coming in here, like you said, with a big credential, big pedigree. But we've seen what happens when somebody has been hyped before they go into the cage.
That comes with a lot of pressure, you know. And you know what pressure can do? You know, pressure can make you freeze. Pressure can make you do things you wouldn't do. Can make you anxious, you know, and can cause problems. But he comes with, like you said, very, very big credentials. He's a purple belt. And, you know, black belts are scary in jiu-jitsu. But I'll tell you what, these purple belts, they're feisty, you know. They are just getting there, so they're not going to hold back on you, especially when they get you on the ground, you know. And it should be interesting to see. Plus, his teammate just lost.
Yes, he did. And we can see his teammate in the corner. He actually had a bucket when he just took off his shirt. But, I mean, obviously, this is not like an 80s/early 90s action film whereby, you know, you revenge your colleague or your teammate like we've seen in Kickboxer. This is reality. But if we have to go Hollywood, do you think he can do that? Can he have a revenge, Kickboxer style, where he's like, oh, I avenge my, you know?
Well, I think he can. It should be important for the team to go back with a victory. But like I said earlier, what's more important is to actually show that you have the skill set, the tenacity, and you want to fight and that you belong here. And I'd say his teammate that lost, Itumo, he shouldn't be so hard on himself. He does have the skill set and he's definitely good enough to be here. So let's see how it goes for Usuma Ali Abad.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Chukwumeri Okoli.
Now, he is from the wonderful city of Edo, or Benin City, as they say. An ancient town in Nigeria full of heritage, history, and also, what is amazing about his background is that it is one of the most advanced civilizations in the history of West Africa.
Okay.
A lot on the line as well. But the question I have is, this man is coming in here. He is a national kickboxing champion, 2-time here in Nigeria. How would he use that experience? Because we know he is at a disadvantage with the height and the reach. How would that work in this fight?
Well, he must have very decent head movement. It's not his first gig. And at this weight class, I'm sure, yeah, featherweights. You know, some featherweights are like 5'11". There's some tall featherweights out there.
Yeah.
And he's a national kickboxing champion, so I'm sure he would have run into. Oh, and there you go. He has Emmanuel Bernard in his corner.
Yeah, Emmanuel Bernard. Of course, if you are a constant viewer of the AKO, you will know who Emmanuel Bernard is. You know all about him.
However, his record in MMA, 1 fight, 1 loss. I don't know how that will play on his confidence. I hope his preparation, he would have prepared properly for this, because, like I said, this is the highest level in Nigeria and Africa as a whole.
All right. It is all about the African Knockout Championship 9, and Okoli is fighting from the red corner, of course, representing Nigeria. This is his home advantage, home court. Obviously, you have the fans very much cheering on for him, but you have to ask yourself that question, though. Can he do it? Because you have a debutant in Osuma Ali Abad. Anything can happen.
Yeah. Should be interesting to see. But I tell you what, if he doesn't look like he should belong here, or if he doesn't belong here, he will definitely look like he doesn't.
A bit of a shimmy as he comes into the cage.
Oshiorji. That is his nickname.
Oshiorji, yes.
Oshiorji.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of action, 5 minutes each in the AKO Championship Featherweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, and Muay Thai fighter with a professional MMA record of 1 win and 0 loss. Fighting out of Nairobi, Kenya, Osuma Ali Ninja Turtle Abad. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is an MMA fighter with a professional MMA record of 1 win and 1 loss. Fighting out of Benin State, Nigeria, Chukwemere Osachi Okoli. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Joda.
This is going to be an incredible one. It is the second fight in the African Knockout Championship 9, and we have a debutant again in the African Knockout Championship from the blue corner in Osuma Ali Abad, taking on Miracle Okoli, or Kosukwe Mary. Now, just to let you know, if you're just joining us, in the blue corner is the Kenyan Ali Abad, and in the red corner is the Nigerian Okoli. But again, their nicknames are another unique one. For Ali Abad, he might just be the 5th member of the Ninja Turtles.
Oh yeah, he says he's the missing Ninja Turtle, no?
Yeah, who knows? Who's the name of the master again that taught the Turtles how to fight?
Sure.
I know they're
Master Splinter.
Master Splinter, who knows? You can never tell. Then of course, for Okoli, whoa!
Very
lovely
good leg kick.
As well.
Outside leg kick landed.
Connecting there for Okoli. Now, for Okoli, he is Oshoji. And I don't know what that means, though. You have to help me out. Do you have an idea of what that means?
I have absolutely no clue what that means. But it sounds nice.
It does sound nice. It has a Nigerian swing to it.
It sounds like a big title as well. Very good overhand there from Oshioji.
Yes, and of course the kick as well, landing for Ali Abad, but a lovely counter, like you mentioned, from the Nigerian. And he seems to have one strategy, which is almost like what we saw in the first fight, to counter the strikes of the Kenyan.
Yeah, so Umar Ali Abad has been finding some success with the leg kicks. You know, he's investing in the leg kicks, he's chopping low. But Oshioji, to answer to that, has started responding with a cross. And there you go. You see, and then he's finished off with a hook.
It's all over. It is all over. What a lovely knockout by the Nigerian Okoli, as it all ends in spectacular fashion. What a way to kick off the second fight here in the African Knockout Championship. Hugo, what just happened?
Boy, so like I was saying earlier, 𝐅𝐈𝐍𝐀𝐋 was finding a lot of success with the leg kicks, and he definitely had the attention of Miracle Okoli. But then he adjusted very beautifully, and his adjustment was to counter with the right cross every time, and he kept on getting closer.
We saw that happen in the
he kept on getting closer.
round.
He kept on getting closer. He had tried that counter earlier on to a previous leg kick, and he just grazed 𝐅𝐈𝐍𝐻's face. But the second time, he got a grab at the leg and just let that right cross go. And before Abad knew what was going on, he had followed it with the left hook and put the boy to sleep with some rudimentary ground and pound. Ah, boy. I can sense the disappointment from the boys from Nairobi, the Nairobi Jiu-Jitsu team boys. And here we see it in the replay. There, with the kick, he counters with the cross, he's missed with the hook. But then, there it is again. He made up his mind, anytime those kicks come, I'm gonna go out there with a cross and a hook. Maybe one strike there, just landing at the back of the head. Oh boy, cross, the hook, finish with the ground and pound. Lovely, lovely, lovely finish. Welcome to the African Knockout Championship. And shortly we'll be going ringside to our ring announcer, Emmanuel, to get the official results.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 1 minute 29 seconds of the first round, we have our winner by knockout, Chukwuemere Osoji Okoli.
Okoli, right this way. What an impressive performance right this way, Okoli. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise one more time for your winner by an impressive and devastating knockout. Okoli, I have to ask you, when you got this fight and you were preparing for this fight, was the strategy to have a devastating knockout like that, or was it like, if it comes, or that was the plan all along?
Well, first of all, I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for giving me this opportunity to come and showcase the talent he gave to me. Well, the game plan, I did not came here to knock him out, but I just prepared my mind. He's a jiu-jitsu, and me, I'm a kickboxer and MMA fighter. So I just say I will go to my game plans, my hands, my legs, and thank God he's worked out for me.
Now, I was going to ask you, because I saw you jump over the cage, and I understand the emotions, knocking someone flush out must feel really good. But what was the reason why you jumped off the cage to celebrate?
Wow. I jumped off the cage to celebrate because it was a big surprise to me. I didn't plan to knock him out, like I said before, but it connected. That is why I jumped off the cage to celebrate with my coaches. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Now, I have to also ask you, you're not going anywhere. Just hold on a minute. You have to celebrate. Now, I have to ask you, this is as impressive as it gets. Do you want to send a message to any other fighter out there in your division saying, listen, if you mess around, that is what's going to happen to you if you get into the cage with me?
I'm not sending any message to anyone, but anyone that feels like to come and have me, let him come on, baby.
Oh! Congratulations once again to Chukwuemere Okoli. Congrats once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow, and here's Till, the statistics from this fight. Like we see it there. I mean, it did not last too long. It did not go too far. Quality over quantity, you know. And oh yeah.
And I have to be honest with you, Hugo. I love it when we said it in the first fight, setting traps. He did it we saw the pattern. Left jabs, right cross. It happened a few times. The left kick from Ali Abad and the right hand.
Yep.
But then again, that one just caught Ali Abad off guard. And when you get rocked on your chin, your legs say, you know what, we are going to go to church on Saturday.
Oh boy.
Why you go home on Friday?
Listen, it's an out-of-body experience, you know. It's an out-of-body experience when you get rocked and knocked out like that. But very impressive showing.
This is what we have for you here in the African Knockout Championship. Anything can happen. A fight can end like that in an instant. The excitement continues. We still have a stacked card for you here in AK09. Remember, we still have a big main event to look forward to, but we'll enjoy all this right after these messages.
Everyone else should wait because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
It is the PISTIS Event Center, and it is here in Lagos, the commercial nerve center of Nigeria. We have our third fight, a man making his return after a 4-year hiatus from Port Harcourt, Damilare Abdulrahim, taking on the Cameroonian with so much swag, so much charisma, is Steve Essono Ngono from Douala, Cameroon. Your thoughts on this?
Oh boy, I hope this fight is like the face-off yesterday. You know, the first thing that caught me off guard was how tall Steve is. You know, because Dami he's a freak show, you know, he's a specimen, you know, and I didn't think anybody could keep up with him in size, you know, in this weight class, you know, but Steve, when they faced off, Steve was a bit taller than him, and he actually weighed in a few grams heavier. So he's actually the bigger guy.
He is the bigger guy indeed, but that 4-year hiatus obviously will make you rusty. You won't be the same fighter now what you will be 4 years ago, so do you feel that would make a difference?
Well, we don't know what he's been doing in these 4 years, but I do know he just came off from festival and he won gold.
Okay. Now, of course, we'll head over to our ring announcer, Emmanuel, for the announcement for this fight. We can't wait. Over to you, Emmanuel.
And now, please welcome, making his entrance, Damilare Abdulrahim.
We have the Nigerian from Port Harcourt. He is known as the Ringed Beast, making his return to the African Knockout Championship. He looks in tremendous shape, but I mean, it's 4 years though. I don't know. And I know this for a fact. Hugo, you're not the same man you were 4 years ago.
Oh no. And I mean, I know he must be high in confidence. He's the national kickboxing champion at his weight class. But this is mixed martial arts. You know, this is not kickboxing. But yeah, he's definitely in good shape. He's been here before. He knows the gig. He's one of the founding fathers, you know, so this is not new to him.
It is not new to him indeed, and he'll be hoping to make an explosive comeback to the African Knockout Championship. And because of the weight division we're in, ladies and gentlemen, is the light heavyweight division.
Oh boy.
We just saw a knockouts in the featherweight. How much more in the light heavyweight division?
This just looks dangerous, you know. And he has Emmanuel Bernard again in his corner, and to add to that, he also has JIBRIN Baba, the Black Venom. And these guys, they have very, very high striking credentials, you know. So I know Damilare definitely has a knockout planned in the back of his head. It's going to be violent. It's definitely going to be a violent comeback.
He looks in great shape, and obviously he's ready to go all the way if it indeed involves that, to test his limits, to test his endurance. But I can assure you, he doesn't have an easy opponent in Steve Ngono Essono. However, the ring beast makes his way into the cage, having a feel of what he must have missed so much in the last 4 years, Hugo.
The prodigal son is back.
Abdulrahim Damilare, the ring beast, is back in the African Knockout Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Steve Essono.
This is a man who you would say has it all. Hollywood or Nollywood good looks, fantastic shape, great charisma, wonderful courage, amazing fighting skills, great cage IQ. What else could you be asking for a potential superstar? And he's still very much young.
Oh, yeah.
Yet to even hit his physical prime, he's just 24 years old.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on Steve Essono Ngono?
Well, I think you said it all already, Victor. You know, the kid has everything, the good looks. There you go. You know, the charisma. And he's got the skills, too, to back it up. You know, his last fight, I don't know. I don't want to sound like that, but I don't think his last opponent was on his level, you know. I'd say his real test begins today, tonight. You know, this is the real test, coming up against the ring beast, a violent, dangerous man like Damilare Abdulrahim. Let's see what he's really about tonight.
He's known as Steve. That's his nickname, just Steve. But I asked him a question yesterday during the press conference and face-off, and I asked him, have you had bobolo? That is a native meal, very popular in Douala, Cameroon. Bobolo is like starch, but I can assure you, if you chew that thing without preparation, Hugo, your cheeks will slap you.
Interesting. So what, had he had it?
Yeah, he said all the time, so I can imagine there's a big bowl of bobolo waiting for him after this fight.
All right then. Win or lose?
Well, I don't know. Hopefully he wins. Who knows? But listen, we're not being biased. This is a truly Pan-African show. But I'm going to go for the Nigerian.
All right.
And I'm not being biased.
No problem.
Like I said, now, you said his biggest test is going to come tonight. We know what the ring beast is all about. But I said 4 years seems to be an eternity, especially in the world of mixed martial arts.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's a long, long time out. I don't know if it's been in any other promotions or if it's been... I really don't know. You know, it's a long time out, especially at this level. And Steve Ngono is definitely hungry, and this is going to be a big opportunity for him, you know. I know there will be a little bit of pressure because his last showing was so impressive.
Yeah.
So let's see how he deals with all of that tonight.
Steve for short, but his full name is Steve Ngono Essono from Cameroon, Douala. A man who loves a local dish known as bobolo. Perhaps waiting for him after this fixture, after this bout. Can he do it?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of action, 5 minutes each in the AKO Championship Light Heavyweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a kickboxer with a professional MMA record of 3 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Damilare, the ring beast, Abdulrahim. Introducing his opponent, heightened out of the red corner, is a kickboxer with a professional MMA record of 4 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Douala, Cameroon, Steven Essono. Our referee on the center of the ring is Michael Vaktar.
It is the 3rd fight in the African Knockout Championship, Hugo. Light heavyweight division, fighting from the blue corner is Damilare Abdulrahim and Steve Essono. And we about to get ready.
I know these boys are going to start, like, they look like they want to run towards each other.
You ready?
Would that be the
You
best
ready?
strategy?
Oh, well,
Let's go.
And here we go. 3rd fight in AK09, light heavyweight division from the blue corner, the Nigerian. 4 years hiatus, making a comeback into the African Knockout Championship is Abdulrahim Damilare, known as the Ring Beast. And of course, from Cameroon, Douala, is the young, charismatic fighter, Steve Essono. What is going to go down tonight? Hugo, your thoughts so far? Early seconds, but we are seeing a pattern already establishing itself in this fight.
Like I said, the intentions.
Watch the groin.
Steve Ngono is a very confident kid, you know.
And he seems very strong too.
Yeah, and like he was eager to test, you know, and find out how strong the Ring Beast was, you know. He had a feel of his speed. Damilare started engaging with some leg kicks, couldn't land anything on Steve. The double jab, he missed. The double
grab the fence.
Followed up with a cross, he missed, and Steve just decided, you know, I'm going to press you to the cage and I'm going to shoot for a takedown.
But it's amazing. It's amazing how, you know, from the look of things in terms of the width, Damilare seems to have a bigger imposing frame, but the strength of Ngono seems apparent as he seems to be manhandling the Nigerian.
The game plan.
Don't grab the shorts.
The gas. I think that's actually what he's trying. That's what he's trying to play on here.
That was a right hand. I'm not too sure if it landed or if it was a glancing strike there from the Cameroonian.
That's in the takedown.
That's the takedown for Ngono.
And for someone who finished his last fight with a rear naked choke, I don't think this is a good place for Abdulrahim to be, because he's just trying to get him gassed out. You know, he's trying to get all those big muscles full of all that oxygen nice and early.
I was going to say that when I saw him step into the cage, that the muscles he has on, because we've seen this even in boxing, the likes of AJ and Anthony Joshua, sometimes they gas out when you have those massive muscles.
The bigger the guns, the bigger the burn. The bigger the guns, the bigger the burn. And it's very important in these type of positions that he doesn't try to muscle out or explode. He needs to get technical, you know. He needs to get technical. He needs to decide what he's trying to go for here. Is he trying to get a sweep? Is he going to go for submissions? Then he can decide in what direction he's going to go, you know.
If I'm being very honest, I can say that perhaps the cage rust is beginning to show on the side of Abdulrahim Damilare, the Ring Beast. It's obvious that this man hasn't been around at this level for a while, isn't it? Isn't it the case? I could be wrong.
I'll just say so far it's just a really good fight management from Essono. You know, he pressed his opponent to the part of the cage he wanted him to get to, and then when he was where he needed him to be, he shot for the double leg. Took him a little while to get it, but he did get it after exhausted his opponent a little bit, and now he's in half guard, and he's enjoying himself.
What I understand about this is the fact that if you think about it clearly, it sees Essono seems to have all the tools to actually have a dominant performance, because Abdulrahim hasn't shown anything yet, in my opinion, that can change the perception that perhaps this round can go any other way than we're seeing so far.
Boy, it's getting so I can see Essono is taking his time, but he's definitely trying to pass into side or to mount, and whichever one of those positions, it's very good for him, but very bad for Abdulrahim.
And it looks like if he's trying to get into those positions. A sneaky elbow landing there for the Cameroonian, a few right hands as well. But Abdulrahim, to his credit, has shown resistance, if I can use that phrase.
The mount is coming any moment now.
Okay.
You know, oh boy, here we go on the side control, and there you go, he's right into side control. Abdulrahim, to be honest, he's not framing, he has no frames in, and he's on the wrong side. You know, he needs to get on his right shoulder so he can push away. He's turning the wrong way. And you know, whenever you can see the back, you can take the back. He needs to be really careful. He needs to get his frames going.
Especially read there by our commentator, Thompson Hugo. Well said. And you have to think to yourself, less than a minute to go, less than 30 seconds to go in the first round of this fight. It has been one way. The elbows are coming in now. They're coming in now for Essono. But like you said, turn to his right side. He almost attempted that in Abdulrahim, but just couldn't get out of this position.
He needs to get his frame game going. He has some sort of half guard going, but you know, when you have half guard, from half guard you should be able to get some. There's a lot of sweeps from half guard, you know, and with 10 seconds to go, I think he has just survived the round.
Yes, I was going to say that. Survived, but this is a good finish to the round for the Cameroonian, and it's all over. The first round in the light heavyweight division, third fight of the African Knockout Championship, and it was obvious that Essono, Steve Ngono, the Cameroonian from Douala, had the better of the exchanges.
Oh boy, and the ring beast looks exhausted.
Oh, he looks knackered. He almost fell off his bench.
Exhausted after that first round. And that's just the wrestling, you know. It always takes a lot out of you when you try to use your strength and explosivity to grapple. You know, you should have some technique going, you know. It should be a good mix. You can't just explode out of things, you know, especially when the other guy is as strong as you are, you know. So, very good round for Essono.
A quick look at the stats now. Obviously, we can clearly see that it has been one-way traffic for one fighter, and it's the Cameroonian from the red corner. Steve Essono has had a dominant first round performance. We saw a picture there. That's actually not the picture of Abdulrahim Damilari, just to let our viewers know. That will be something that we'll sort out technically.
And you see all those punches landed and the elbows landed.
Yeah.
Were all landed from a top position on the ground, you know.
It's clear that he has won the first
round. That's a lot of dominance. No question about that. A lot of dominance.
Wow. And you're right, those muscles seem, he does seem a bit gassed, if I'm being honest. That is Abdulrahim in the second round. As we're about to go, second round, and this one fighting from the blue corner is Abdulrahim making a return into African Knockout Championship, and the Cameroonian in Essono with a lovely takedown, fighting from the right corner. Now that left hook was a warning sign for Essono, and guess what he did? He was calm, he ducked the follow-up punch, and then had a wonderful takedown.
Timing. I think the ring beast just got a bit impatient there, you know. There was no need to rush in there, you know. I think he should have taken his time, especially after the first round, when he knows Essono has very good takedowns and how he couldn't get off. I think it's a little bit of ring rust. A kid that just came here with a strategy that's working, and he's doing it again. He's trying to get Damilari to the fence, limit the amount of his escapes, and he's probably going to let go with the ground and pound and some elbows soon enough.
So at this point in time, like you mentioned, it just seems as if Essono is just controlling the pace. It's like, you know what, I'm going to do what I want to do
when I want to do.
Exactly.
He's not in a rush.
Oh wow. You have to feel for Abdulrahim, Damilari, a crowd favorite here in the African Knockout Championship. Took time off, but he's back all the way from Port Harcourt. And you know, there's a phrase that Port Harcourt not they carry last, something like that. And I don't know. He doesn't seem to be in first position, to be honest.
Well, the fight is not over yet.
And you're right, because we've seen this happen before. A fighter seems down and out on his luck, and then all of a sudden, the great eraser could be a kick, could be a punch, could be an elbow, and it's lights out. But anything can still happen. That can only happen if he gets back to a vertical base.
He's
not on his back.
He's stuck by the fence. But he still has the half guard. And from what I can see, there's a half guard sweep there. You know, there is. With the left leg, you know, he can fish hook onto Essono's right leg. That's going to cause a little bit of problems for Essono. He's going to have to put his, he's already put it, because he's going to extend his leg, he's going to put his balance on his left knee. And then you can try and get up and then trip him with your right hand, you know.
But that elbow to the throat of Abdulrahim, and of course he's trying to get to that position whereby he can, you know, apply the pressure, throwing in a few sneaky elbows and punches, and these things can actually cause cuts. So, I mean,
oh boy,
He's
He's going for a head and arm choke.
Oh my
but
goodness.
he has Damilare too close to the fence, and he needs to get to the other side.
Yes,
Yeah,
he needs
so
space to achieve that maneuver.
Hey,
Lovely
don't need
elbow
face,
there
okay?
to the jaw, and Damilare looks to be down and out. If I'm being honest, he's at the
No,
mercy of
he's-
Essono. He's at the mercy.
And you
of
don't
Essono at this
elbow
point
his
in time.
neck.
he's still swimming, you know, but
Swimming, I barely call this
close.
swimming.
He's close to drowning. He's so close to drowning. You know, the waves
They are
are
crashing
looking,
in.
yeah, they're crashing in. You know.
Well, but I mean, we've been speaking so much about Damilare. How about the impressive Steve Ngono, because he's on his way again, potentially, if it stays like this. So another impressive victory here in the African Knockout Championship, building momentum.
He's trying to make a different type of statement in this fight. You know, he just wants to dominate. I don't think he I don't want to say this, but I feel like he can finish the fight, but he doesn't want to.
Yeah, I agree.
That's-
I agree
that's-
with you.
yeah,
that's
that's how-
the
how
sentiment.
dominant
That's what
he's
you get. I
looking,
mean, less
you
than a minute
Last
in,
warning.
and the entire arena is silent because it's like, this is just a mismatch, if we're being very honest. And to be honest, the most vocal corner is that of the Nigerian in Abdulrahim, to tell you that they are trying to scream their head off, but they're fighting to make a change, and this could be very dangerous here, Hugo.
Once you can see the back, you can take the back. But I'd say this is time is Dami's friend, you know. But at this point, I don't think he wants to fight anymore, you know.
Stop,
Let
time,
to go,
time.
and Dami seems exhausted.
Stand
He's
up.
breathing through his
Stand
mouth.
up, stand
Referee
Hey!
asking for a bit of a break.
Hey,
Oh, okay.
both of you, stop
Getting a
it.
bit feisty
Stop
now.
it. Go neutral. Go there. You go there. Go
And
there.
Damilare looks to
Hey,
be
I want
out,
you
down
10
and out.
times
He's
not to
breathing through
elbow
mouth.
his
He's
neck,
very
okay?
tired. And for Steve Ngono, I think it's
One
a
man.
point taken
Don't
off
do it again,
Damilare
okay?
there for disciplinary
Stay there,
issues.
stay
I'm not
there.
too sure why the referee was going to take off the point, though.
Oh no, it's a
I got
warning.
it.
It's
I
a
got
warning,
it.
okay.
I don't need you to create a ruckus, okay? Okay. Stand up. Ready? Let's go.
I think this is actually good for Damilare, but oh my goodness, Damilare looks knackered. And he looks like he's ready to go. His mouth is open, oh my goodness, he's tired. Oh
Stop,
my God.
both of you.
Damilare is out of it, to be honest. He needs a second win.
Ah boy.
He
But
desperately
I'll
needs a
tell you-
second win.
I'll tell you what, yeah, he looked way more exhausted in the first round than he does now. Seems to be warming up, I guess, you know, but he's definitely losing this fight. 2 rounds down, getting dominated, getting taken down, and being controlled. You know, I don't even want to think how much control time Steve Ngono Essono has right now. You know, I'm sure he has probably 7 minutes of control time. It's ridiculous, you know. So Damilare definitely needs a knockout or a submission in this last round. He needs a Hail Mary, you know.
Yeah, he does do the Hail Mary indeed. It is the African Knockout Championship. A starts of the second round, and again the dominance continues. The same story from the first round, as
Same
Steve
story.
Essono has shown absolute dominance over the Nigerian, making his return to the African Knockout Championship after a 4-year hiatus. Obviously, this is the third and final round. Like I said before, this young man is full of charisma, the Cameroonian. He's getting the crowd all riled up, and a bit for the third and final round. Can he have something spectacular here, Hugo, and finish this round with style? Let's go.
Oh boy, he's really confident, full of energy. His game plan is working. But this is
He
the
has to
ring
be
beast.
careful,
Yeah, he
though.
needs to be careful because
Because
hey,
a
there
one
was-
punch could make a difference.
Oh,
That was a
my.
glancing blow that just glanced off his face.
Yep, and that definitely put him on notice. Oh, some good knees. He has found a lot of success with these knees in the clinch, you know, and they might not look like much, but trust me, when a big boy like that lands on your solar plexus,
You feel it.
oh, it feels like hell.
You feel it every day.
Oh boy, it's not nice.
Plus a day on Sunday.
Oh yeah.
As well as the fact that if you just join us, this is the third fight in the African Knockout Championship tonight. But this is the third and final round of this fight. Of course, you have 3 rounds, 5 minutes each. Fighting from the blue corner is a Nigerian from Burkina, Abdulrahim Damilare, taking on the Cameroonian from the red corner, all the way from Douala,
boy.
Cameroon. And that was a wild hook and swing from
if
Abdul.
that-
I mean, that was like a Hail Mary. That was
If
just,
that landed, boy, Stephen Ngono Essono would have been back in Douala. He needs to get careful.
has to be careful, but Abdulrahim also I mean, that feels like that was the last 2% of energy levels that he had left.
I mean, if he had set those up with some feints, you know, he might have landed 1 or 2. You know, but he just let them go.
So it's pretty obvious that
Telegraph.
from what I can see is ring rust. You haven't been in the there is a
Working
hole.
for a guillotine.
Looking for the guillotine choke.
But I don't know if he still has the energy.
I don't think he has the energy. I don't think so. Oh my, he doesn't obviously have the energy. As I was going to say, for Abdulrahim, he's pretty obvious. He's been out of the ring for 4 years. Ring rust. He hasn't been in there. I mean, you can have a wonderful training camp, but if you've not been in fights, if you've not been active, it shows. And this is a result of a 4-year hiatus.
Yeah. Mixed martial arts has such a different rule set from kickboxing.
Other sports, from every other combat sports, I agree.
Kickboxing, the ref stands you up, you know, he asks you to engage.
In boxing, you can rest up,
you know how there's so many ways out, you know, but here, like I said, it's a language thing, you know. You can't say you speak a language because you say good morning and good night. You know?
I agree.
You need to be able to have a conversation, a full conversation, and this is exactly what Essono is doing. You know? It's having a full conversation. He has opened the dictionary here, and it doesn't seem like Abdulrahim understands
You
this
say
language.
dictionary, I would say encyclopedia. It is not just a dictionary. This has been one of the most one-sided fights we've seen so far here in the African Knockout Championship tonight, and it's coming from one man all the way from Douala, Cameroon.
His elbows there, you know, I don't know why he's investing in the knees. That right hand, his elbows to the body there.
But like you said this in the second round, that Essono at this point is on cruise control. I think he's just going through the motions. Let's get to the final round, the final bell, and let me get my unanimous decision victory. Another wonderful shift in the office.
It was such a dominant performance. Fight still not over. If Abdulrahim can find a way to his feet, maybe another Hail Mary attempt, who knows.
Less than 2 minutes to go in the third and final round of the third fight in the light
Don't
heavyweight
elbow
division
his neck.
that sees Essono already in a position whereby it would take a miracle, like you said, a Hail Mary for Abdulrahim to actually turn this over and win, to be honest.
I need a miracle. I need a miracle. This is, to be honest, welcome back, you know, for Abdulrahim. To be honest, this is a good learning curve, and now he knows everything he needs to work on. He knows what level he's at right now. He knows what level the other boys are at, and he knows what's going on at the African Knockout Championship. So I think this was also very necessary.
Time. Stand up.
You can't be missing for 4 years.
Go in the neutral. Go neutral.
Well, that you have to forgive the energy levels in the arena because, to be honest with you, it has just been a one-man show, a very dominant performance from the Cameroonian. There, as he literally stands right ahead of us, right in front of us, and the referee seems to be talking to Abdulrahim. And I think it's like we need to see more. You can't just lie down there. We need to see more of the fighting spirit. And again, he goes with those wide hooks, lunging hooks. More or less like
but this time, at least a sprawl.
Okay,
and then he's gone for the guillotine.
Okay.
Can he finish? That would be dramatic.
It would be dramatic.
Oh boy.
But the engine, I mean, like you say, the spirit is winning, but the body is what?
Well, to be honest, that was his best takedown defense. He actually sprawled and went for the guillotine. And I'm wondering to myself, why didn't he try that in the first round when there was no sweat, they were nice and dry, and he was full of energy, you know?
But it's amazing, though. I mean, you think to yourself that Ibrahim would have perhaps walked on his gas tank, given the fact he hasn't been in the ring for 4 years.
Well, he probably has.
Okay, work more. Come on, work.
Manage it. You need to know how to manage your gas, you know, gas management. And I think he just put his foot on the throttle, too heavy on the throttle, a bit too early in the fight, you know. And he didn't save any for later on. I don't think he anticipated the grappling, but he should have. He definitely should have.
It is all over as the Cameroonian has another impressive victory under his belt here in the African Knockout Championship. Victorious, more or less, over the Nigerian. Obviously, we'll go to the official scorecards. However, you have to give it to the Nigerian for making a comeback to the cage, but it's clearly and obvious that he needs to go back into the drawing board and get some work done. Go back to the gym, like you say. But for this Cameroonian, this young man, 24 years old, the future is so freaking bright.
Oh boy, the future is bright. The future is very bright, Victor. You know, very young, very well-rounded, very smart, knows how to manage a fight. Kudos. I mean, I'm not a judge, But I think it looked kind of obvious who won that fight, you know.
I mean, you don't have to be a judge to know that it was a one-way ticket.
It was pretty one-sided.
And it was all about Stephen Gono, apologies, taking the victory over, you know. But let's take a look at this moments in this fight. It wasn't explosive in terms of strikes, but it was pretty obvious and evident that it was one man who had control throughout the fight.
Most of these strikes were landed on the ground, you know. Most of the punches, most of the elbows, in fact, throwing the knees. Stephen Gono landed some, oh boy, very, very, very good. Good body kick there, perfectly timed double leg takedown. Execution straight into side control. He was just good all around, you know. He was good all around, good with the striking. Damilare did show he had the dog in him, and he wouldn't quit. You know, he definitely didn't quit on himself. But, a lot of work to be done, Definitely had some cobwebs there. That was that Hail Mary from the last round. Few wild hooks. If any of those landed, it might have been game over. Another Hail Mary attempt with the guillotine after a very good sprawl, but just couldn't get the finish. Shortly, we'll be heading to our ring announcer, Emmanuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to our judges' scorecard. Our judges scored this cornet 10-9, 10-8, 10-9, and your winner by split decision, Steven Essono.
Steve, right this way. Wow, Steve. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, please, an impressive performance from Steve. A round of applause for our winner via split decision. A very dominant performance. Steve, first question is, how are you feeling and how important was it for you to get the victory in today's fight?
Good evening to everyone, first of all. This time, I want to express myself in French. C'est tout si je veux m'exprimer en français. Parce que ma communauté aussi, elle est beaucoup plus francophone. J'aimerais vous dire que ce combat aujourd'hui représentait pour moi beaucoup de choses toujours. Comme je l'ai dit, aucun combat n'est facile, on le prépare toujours durement de la plus lourde des manières. Il n'y a pas un adversaire à sous-estimer. Et ce combat, je pense que ça va m'ouvrir beaucoup de portes parce que j'ai beaucoup de ouvertures à partir de ce combat.
Okay. I all Nigerians, this is a great opportunity. I'm the winner of this lightweight fight. Yes, this is going to open a lot of opportunities for me. It's been a long. I've been faced with bumps and sacks, but at the end of the day, I came out as the winner.
Okay, Steve, I have to ask you as well. There were moments in this fight where it seemed as if you could have finished off your opponent, but why did you have to drag it? Was it something for you to perhaps work on your cardio, or did you just feel you were not ready to make an explosive finish in tonight's fight?
Premièrement, le combat, je l'ai dominé depuis le début, mais je suis venu avec une stratégie particulière parce que j'ai eu à regarder les combats de mon adversaire. On ne va pas prendre de risques. On n'est pas super grands combattants. On s'adapte à l'adversaire qu'on a en face de soi. C'est un combattant, un bon combattant, qui part beaucoup sur les émotions des frappes, les émotions de domination. Alors il se met dans les erreurs en voulant t'attaquer. Et là, c'est mon jeu, te faire douter, te faire ancrer, et moi, bam, je t'ai saisi. Petite occasion.
All right. I've been watching my opponent. So I came with a new strategy, a different strategy, because I know who I was going to fight, who I was going to go with inside the ring. So this is actually something new I came. That's why I could have won the fight all this along, but I tried to delay things. I wanted to let him know that I'm the superior inside the ring. So yeah.
Okay, showing another dimension.
J'aimerais remercier ici beaucoup de personnes qui m'aident vraiment beaucoup. Et désolé si je ne vais pas pouvoir citer d'autres, mais je sais qu'ils sont nombreux. J'aimerais remercier particulièrement mon ami Cyrus, mon ami de la rue, et sa femme, Madame Anaël, qui nous aide beaucoup pour les préparations. Ils font cela, c'est la grâce du Seigneur seulement. Je leur dis infiniment merci. Mon ami Cyrus, juste là en bas. Remercier le coach William depuis le Canada. Il m'a ouvert les portes depuis mon rentrée du Maroc parce que j'ai parcouru beaucoup de choses. Mon ami Abdul, depuis la Thaïlande. Remercier mon club Mboa et mes coéquipiers. Zapata Motivation. Tchala, merci pour la préparation. Et infiniment merci aussi à ma maman qui m'a aidé dans l'ombre. Elle est le joker là, qui ne se montre pas. Mais elle agit au bon moment. Et remercier Eyman, manager qui m'a aidé pour les combats, pour les contrats de combat. Remercier l'organisation EKO pour l'opportunité. Merci à ma communauté. Monsieur Roger Gauthier, depuis le Maroc, Casablanca, le président des présidents. Merci beaucoup pour l'aide.
He said a lot.
Yeah, he said a lot. Okay, thanks to Sirius, thanks to my coaches. Big thanks to the Sirius. He came all along. Sirius helped me throughout the preparation. He's a great friend. Thanks to all my coaches from Morocco. Thanks to my friends from Angola. Thanks to AKO, African Knockout Championships. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to all Nigerians that have been supporting me with a lot of cheers and everything. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
All right. Congratulations once again to your winner, Steve Essono Ngono. Thank you so much for your time. Congrats once again. Okay. Okay, what a first block we've had here, Hugo, in the African Knockout Championship. You are currently seeing the highlights of the third fight we had. Obviously, the tail of the tape tells, or I would say the stats tells a different story, but a more clearer story. And obviously, the total, I would say, collection of the stats showcases total strikes dominant for Steve Essono, punches dominant for Steve Essono, elbows dominant, knees dominant, takedowns dominant. As for Abdulrahim Damilare, it is back to the drawing boards.
Boy, you know, and most of those strikes, or at least more than half of those strikes, were landed on a grounded opponent. You know, that was, on an opponent that was lying on his back. You know, that's how.
For the majority of the fight.
Yeah, and you know, and like Steve said, and in his post-fight interview, he could have finished the fight, but he just really wanted to establish his dominance and show everybody how dominant he is. And he was dominant. That's one of the most dominant fights I've seen, if not the most dominant fight I've seen in the African Knockout Championship.
Yeah,
so,
barring a spectacular knockout, which we saw in the second fight, that was undoubtedly another impressive performance from the Cameroonian here in the African Knockout Championship in Steve Essono Ngono. Obviously, we've had incredible fights so far in the African Knockout Championship. We've had 3 fights, but we still have more to come. And we are doing something that has never been done before in the history of mixed martial arts in Africa. That is a musical face-off. You don't want to miss this. All this and more here on the African Knockout Championship.
everyone else should wait because it's your turn now? What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
It is the African Knockout Championship, AK09 live in Lagos. This is the PISTIS Event Center. This, of course, is the Commercial Nerve Center of Nigeria. This is also known as the Center of Excellence, and we are bringing to you proudly the best of African mixed martial art action. Great news is that we are now on Thriller and as well as social media. You have to help me out with this one, Hugo, because it always gets a bit fuzzy with me.
I mean, we're on YouTube. We're on YouTube. Everybody knows we're on YouTube.
Oh, I just have to remind of you.
Yeah, we're on YouTube. And if you're just tuning in, I don't know where you've been, but hey,
welcome.
Worry not. You haven't missed.
You haven't missed?
I mean, you've missed a lot, but you haven't missed everything.
Yeah.
And we are streaming live on YouTube, so you can just put in AK09 and Bob's your uncle. You can catch up on what you've missed.
We've had an impressive first block. We had 3 cards that saw some incredible results and performances from our combatants, but it's time for us to look into the future now, to look into the next round of action here, lined up for you here in the African Knockout Championship, and it's only going to get bigger and better. Without taking my word for it, it's time for us to take a look at some of these fights that we have lined up for you here on the African Knockout Championship. It is Fabian Texas taking on Mahmoud Ibrahim. Then you have the ladies in action in Rien Kevin taking on Dose Terlumun. Not forgetting this time around Sankara taking on Daniel Iwuoha. This is going to be explosive here on the African Knockout Championship. Here it is now in clearer pictures. It is the next block of fights we have lined up for you here in the African Knockout Championship. In the middleweight division, it is Fabian Texas from Nigeria taking on Mahmoud Ibrahim from Egypt.
I mean, when you pronounce it like that, yeah, he now sounds like he's from Egypt. You know, because I was thinking it was Mahmoud Ibrahim from Kaduna.
No.
2 debutants as well.
Yeah.
Should be exciting. And in the women's bantamweight division, we have Kengni versus one of our favorites, Duse Terlumun, the Woman King.
All right, then not forgetting the lightweight action comes your way as Daniel Iwuoha from Nigeria takes on the Burkina Faso native in Abdulrahim Sankara. The Sankara is called, and that is all live here on the African Knockout Championship. We just about have our first fighters ready, but before we do that, we need to take a look at the tail of the tape a bit, because that will give you the clearer indication of where these 2 fighters stand. Talking about, Fabian Texas and Mahmoud Ibrahim, but your thoughts on this, because it's going to be an interesting one, Ugo. Look at this.
Well, 2 debutants in the African Knockout Championship, and I think Fabian Texas might be the youngest we've ever had. He's 18. I met the kid not for the first time yesterday, but I shook his hand yesterday, and I'm like, this guy, you're 18, he's massive. He's also another very perfect-looking physical specimen.
Yeah, he is.
His foundation, his background, boxing. But he's been doing MMA for just about 2 years now. But when you're this young, these guys are like sponges. So be interesting to see what he brings.
Of course, Mahmoud Ibrahim as well, another fighter that can make all the difference tonight. Like we said, he's young, the Nigerian, but the experience of Mahmoud Ibrahim can also make a massive difference. Without any further ado, it's time for us to head over to our ring announcer now in the Mano for the announcement of our next fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome, making his entrance, Fabian Texas.
Fabian Texas, the teenager, making his debut here in the African Knockout Championship, all the way from Port Harcourt. Again, lots of Port Harcourt boys, by the way. And his nickname is the Gentle Giant. I have to say it that way because it seems like the Gentle Giant. It's not, I'm not just saying that for fun. That's how it's pronounced. But what's interesting is that he has a very famous last name. That is the name of one of the biggest states in the United States of America. I'm surprised. It's like you being Hugo Dallas. What are your thoughts on this one?
I mean, it's the land of the Cowboys as well, you know.
And so everything is bigger in Texas, right?
Oh yeah, this kid.
And it's big.
Bro, I was like, what size shoes are those? You say you're 18, and we can see Vinicius Iyenagalu, a.k.a. Vuga, one of the light heavyweights, undefeated as well himself, in his corner there, you know. So I'm sure this kid has some pretty decent credentials, you know. So it'd be nice to see what he has to offer. However, he wasn't feeling too good this morning. He did have a little bout of food poisoning and was feeling a little bit dehydrated and all of that. So it's good to see he's actually good to go and ready to fight.
So you have to commend his warrior spirit and his resilience, as even though he has to brave similarly tricky health conditions, is here tonight to showcase his credentials as a member of the African Knockout Championship.
Yeah, that's also very important, you know, to show how badly you want it, you know, because it's a big opportunity, and I'm sure the kid would have been thinking, hey, when am I going to get a chance like this, you know? So it's good to see his tenacity and his mental fortitude. I hope he's not compromised, and I hope he can give us a very good performance.
But being a teenager, though, Hugo, I mean, when we were both 18 years old and we had to do something, you know how nervous you are. You are a nervous wreck. Your heart rate is all over the place. And sometimes you fumble because you're young. Do you feel he has that maturity above or beyond his years to have that composure as he makes his way into the cage here for the very first time in the African Knockout Championship? What is he doing?
He's peeing on the fence, man. he just oh my.
That's interesting, by the way.
Oh boy, he does have some character. I mean, he's a Port Harcourt boy.
As always.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
All right. We're ready to go. The Gentle Giants in the cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Mahmoud Ibrahim.
This is a man from the northern part of Africa, one of the most ancient civilizations in the world, the Egyptian. I call him the young pharaoh because he doesn't even have a nickname. So I'm giving him one.
Okay, I'm sure he wouldn't mind that nickname.
He wouldn't mind the young pharaoh.
It's a pretty cool nickname.
To be honest, he does look as if he's 18 and the Gentle is 25. But the baby face aside, do you feel he has what it takes making his debut here in the African Knockout Championship?
Well, we're about to find out. You know, one thing I have to give him credit for is his opponent. I think both fighters didn't make weight, so this is at the catch weight.
Yes, well, not really a catch weight per se, but they've both agreed to continue with the fight.
Okay, so I mean, he's shown you his tenacity right there, you know, and he's also appreciated the big opportunity he has in front of him. You know, this is not an opportunity you turn down. So yeah, can't wait to see what he has to offer, you know. And he seemed, in the face-off as well, he seemed pretty confident, very nice and calm persona. And those are the ones that you should worry about, you know.
He is a young man from Egypt. The hometown is Alexandria. Now this is for the history buffs, Hugo. Alexandria was named after the greatest conqueror of all time in humankind, in Alexander the Great when he conquered Egypt. Alexander is also very famous for a certain female queen in Cleopatra. She was there with a certain Mark Antony. But if you don't like history lessons, forget about that. It's about this young man trying to make his own history from a very historic place.
Oh, yeah. We've had an Egyptian here.
Oh, yes, we've had.
Yes, we did. So...
He lost, though.
He did.
Yeah,
so yeah.
Yeah. Not a good record for Egyptians so far. He can't break the jinx.
No pressure, no pressure. No pressure, Mahmoud.
Mahmoud Ibrahim in the ring as the Egyptian is ready for action here in the African Knockout Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of action, 5 minutes each in the AKO Championship Middleweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is an MMA fighter with a professional MMA record of 2 wins and 0 losses. Fighting out of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Fabian, the Gentle Giant, takes us. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a kickboxer with a professional MMA record of 3 wins and no loss. Fighting out of Alexandria, Egypt, Mahmoud Ibrahim. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Judah.
All right, it is time for us to get ready. It is the 4th fight here who go to the African Knockout Championship.
Fight.
And here we go. Fighting from the blue corner is the Nigerian, an 18-year-old in Fabian, Texas, from Port Harcourt, known as the Gentle Giant. And in the red corner is the Egyptian from Alexandria. He has no nickname. I'm giving him one, the Young Pharaoh. And this already has an explosive start to proceedings. Hugo, you just seem gobsmacked. What is going through your mind in the early stages of this fight?
Okay, so I'll tell you why I seem gobsmacked. Mahmoud Ibrahim just showed some ridiculous fight IQ that you might have missed if you were not paying attention. So he did what most fighters do. You know, you want to feel the other fighter. So you usually start with a leg kick or jab. You know? So what he did was start with a medium strike. You know, like it wasn't the hardest leg kick, but he expected Fabian to throw a kickback.
To react,
and the second he did, he was waiting for it, straight into the single leg takedown, and here we are.
Remarkable ring IQ there from the Egyptian, and he is moving the young Nigerian in Texas. And we have to remind you that Texas is still very much a teenager. He's just 18 years old. So this is a very big step up for him, making his debut here into the African Knockout Championship on the big stage, under the bright lights. Hugo, you've been here before. How is his mental state as he's in this position on his big debut, his big night here in the African Knockout Championship?
Yeah, he needs to break his posture because I can see Mahmoud is trying to frame on his neck, and if Fabian lets him post up, and by the way, he's also pushed him all the way. He's elevated his hips and pushed him all the way to the fence, you know, to limit his movement, to limit Fabian's movement, you know, and he's gonna mount up, he's gonna frame, post up, and he's gonna let his hands go.
He does have to let his hands go indeed. The Nigerian, I was going to say the Texans, but it's just his last name is Texas, to be honest. The young Nigerian, obviously, having such an impressive build for an 18-year-old. Hugo, listen to this. He has a reach of 197 centimeters. His height is 188 centimeters. That is why he's called the Gentle Giant. He is a genetic freak. My goodness.
Yesterday, he actually I asked him, what would you like me to call you during commentary? Gentle Giant. Fabian texted, he was like, dude, just call me Giant. I said, all right. And
lots of grunts in there from the two combatants.
He doesn't want to muscle out of this. And Mahmoud
is a very smart and tricky fighter.
Very
technically sound, yeah.
and he's trying to sneak
Please, you
into
need some
side
action,
control.
action.
What he wants to do with it,
All the hugging.
so many things he could do with it.
But from what we've seen so far, especially in our last fight in the light heavyweight division, I do not want to believe that Texas is already showing signs of having issues with stamina. You mentioned perhaps having a stomach bug earlier this morning, but do you feel that is coming to, is that becoming a factor in this? Hey, keep your guard up at all moments. What's going on?
Oh, you know why he doesn't have his guard up? I think Mahmoud Ibrahim has a Dagestani handcuff. He has his right hand trapped behind his back.
A very famous move by the Dagestani fighters, and we know one of them, perhaps the most famous one of them.
Oh boy, there's so many of them.
They are, and you think to yourself, what is going on? However, that is not the case right now. We have a Nigerian and an Egyptian going head to head. The gentle giants against the young Pharaoh, and I have to be honest with you, it has been a wonderful display for the Egyptian. And wonderful show of strength there from Fabian Texas, but right back into the fray. A tricky customer in Ibrahim, he goes right back into it.
Well, Fabian really needs to manage his gas tank right now. He needs to be careful with all the explosive movements, because if this is the game plan, I don't know if it's going to last all 3 rounds.
We have less than 30 seconds to go in the first round, and it has been yet another technical dominance display from one fighter. We saw that in the last fight, and this time around it is Ibrahim showcasing all the technique, all the tricks, and all the wows, and he has him in a very bad position. This is a very bad. Can he survive? Can he survive? Can Fabian Texas survive? Less than 10 seconds to go.
Last 10 seconds.
Can he make it?
Without getting caught as well.
And it's all over. The first round is over, and wow, talk about a wonderful display there from the Egyptian, but the gentle giants is back up on his feet and doesn't seem to be bothered.
Phased, you know, he's barely breaking a sweat. I'd say he lost that round, but I think good investment. His gas management wasn't bad, and Mahmoud Ibrahim is looking a little worse for wear.
Yeah, he does.
That was the takedown I was talking about.
Yeah, in the very first
setup.
moments in the of the fight. But you have to ask yourself, though, I mean, because we can see in the corner of Mahmoud Ibrahim, and you can say he does look worse for wear. He is breathing heavily. While on the other hand, the gentle giant just seems really calm. It's like, okay, well, let's go. If this is it, then I'm ready for round 2.
Yep. He needs to watch out for those takedowns, because Ali Abad, Mahmoud Ibrahim, forgive me, Mahmoud Ibrahim seems to have a game plan, and the game plan is to keep him on the ground, you know, and just make his amazing reach useless.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 4th fight in the African Knockout Championship, the middleweight division, as we have 2 debutants going head-to-head. It is the second round, as we have from the blue corner, the Nigerian from Port Harcourt, 18-year-old teenager, Fabian Texas, known as the Gentle Giant, taking on the Egyptian, 25-year-old from Alexandria, Egypt. He is also very tricky. I will call him the young Pharaoh. Oh, a lovely knee lands there for Texas.
Oh, boy.
But I feel Ibrahim took it in his stride.
I heard that from here, and I thought that landed flush, you know, and now he's taking some elbows to the side of the head. And I think there's some blood there. He's getting elbowed everywhere, but he has this takedown, and he has his opponent right by the fence where he would like it.
Now the Gentle Giant has to be careful so he doesn't have elbows to the back of the head where they are now illegal strikes. He has to be careful, but that knee seems to have rocked Ibrahim, but he doesn't look like he was phased, your thoughts. And those elbows to the kidney seems to be having their mark, as we are seeing red welts on the skin of the Egyptian.
I'll tell you what, I think that knee actually did rock him, but
he's recovering now.
Yeah, he was so committed to the takedown, and I think he's having a little rest here. But like you said, those elbows don't look like much, but he's getting red.
He's getting red. The welts are showing. That's just me after an afternoon in the sun without my shirt on, to be honest. But on a more serious note, though, Ibrahim again, we're not too sure. We can't gauge the level of the damage that knee had on him. But to be honest, it doesn't seem like somebody that has been dazed.
No,
he has recovered, if I'm being honest.
He has very good control of Fabian's legs and he's trying to pass it to Mount. But Fabian is just invested. It's so unorthodox, you know. It's reminding me of Kevin Holland, you know, like a technique you wouldn't think would work, you know, but
just keep going. I mean, almost similar to the fight with Conor McGregor, the way he just used his shoulders and just digging into his eyes, his opponent's eyes. So it's an interesting one as well. Really look at this.
Mahmoud Ibrahim in the full mount, and this is a very, very bad position for Fabian to be in.
And we saw this at the end of the first round. But can Texas Ibrahim survive? He can't
he's just hanging on for dear life, and this is not going to work, you know. And this was that some head movement.
This is not very good for the Nigerian, but lovely hip toss to try and get away, but not too far. Not so far. He's right back under here, Hugo.
This has to be a very impressive showing from Mahmoud Ibrahim. He came here with a game plan because there was a big disparity in their reach. And so he's taken his opponent to the ground, and that's just where he wants to keep him. It's such a leveler, you know. I call it the ultimate unifier, grappling.
It is indeed. But also, as much
watch
as
the eye gouge.
Hey, watch the finger.
As much as Ibrahim seems to be in the position of dominance, we spoke about his gun stack and his stamina. In the end of the first round, he looked as if he was ready to leave there. But you feel that that's going to be a factor because he seems to be exerting more energy than the Nigerian.
You know, there's a second win, and there can be a second win when you feel like you're winning. That shot, I think that is where he's at right now. You know, he's tired, he definitely is, but he knows he's in a dominant position, and he knows he's 2 rounds up. If he can just stay safe, stay smart, he might just pull this win off.
But I have to give credit to the Nigerian Fabian Texas with his age and most likely inexperience. He has actually given a good account of himself, given the fact that he's just only 18 years old.
Back of the head.
I think he needs to work on his jiu-jitsu and his wrestling as well. You know, take down defenses, but on his back, a lot more can be done. You know, and he's not trying any of the basic mount escapes. You know, so I'd say that's where his game is lacking right now, and he needs to be careful trying to frame like that because Ibrahim can go for an armbar. Wonderful scramble.
Lovely from the Nigerian. Another knee again, and he is having free range on Mahmoud, who is almost done. Oh my God, I think it's all over. It's all over. The young Nigerian.
Oh my.
He has done it.
What a comeback.
Has done it.
What a comeback.
Success has done it.
Whoa. Oh, what a comeback. It was such a good fight. Such a good showing from Mahmoud Ibrahim. But I'm not
too sure about Mahmoud Ibrahim. We need to get medical attention to him because he seems to be down and out. But we honestly hope he gets better soon. However, what an impressive victory.
Oh boy, I can see Mahmoud Ibrahim's corner. They're just complaining that a few shots must have been to the back of the head. I'm not sure about that. It did look like it was the side of the head a few times. But oh, what a comeback, you know.
What a comeback for the Nigerian, but we honestly hope that Mahmoud Ibrahim is okay.
What a comeback.
He is receiving medical attention.
He looked down and out.
Okay, but he does look as if he's on the path to recovery. Obviously, the medical team is attending to him, but nonetheless, take nothing away from what was an impressive comeback victory for the Nigerian in Fabian Texas, his debut here in the African Knockout Championship, and knocking out a tricky customer like Mahmoud Ibrahim.
He looked like he was out of it, you know. He looked like he had lost this fight, but obviously he had something in store, you know. The kid, I have to give him a lot of credit, man. He has a lot of tenacity. He never quit on himself. Look at him, he still looks pretty fresh. What is he made of? Yeah, what is he made of? Because he took so many elbows to the face. Not a cut.
I guess that's why it's called the Gentle Giant. Or well, like you said,
he's 18, he's still growing.
I know, that is amazing that this is not even his final form. This is the first phase of what potentially could be a tremendous athlete going down the line here in the African Knockout Championship.
Like Kamaru Usman would say, he is still pretty much very green, you know, very green. And still a lot to learn, but hey, a freak of nature. That's what this boy is.
Now, at this point in the fight, we saw that, of course, Mahmoud Ibrahim had a strategy. He was in the few position of dominance, but it was pretty obvious that Fabian Texas was just biding his time.
How did he take all those elbows?
And he has a very thick skin, because that could, a normal face will get a cut.
Oh boy.
Both of us will have had cuts by now.
Boy, he took. Have you seen my face, Victor? I cut easier. Every elbow that lands on my face is a cut. Every cut on my face is from an elbow or knee. I don't know how this kid took that many.
And then what did Mahmoud turn around and he just went for that knee. That was it.
The knee.
We saw it in the earlier rounds of this of the second round, and he did it again.
He invested in those knees. Boom. And it was a heavy, heavy, heavy one.
Remarkable.
I don't see. I mean, we haven't seen. Maybe you can see it from this angle.
Oh.
I don't see any strikes to the back of the head, if I'm being honest.
No, there were not. But again, we saw this in the end of the first round, how Mahmoud seemed exhausted. And that was just it. That was just it.
Oh, now both corners are having a little argument out here.
They are having an exchange, but you can understand it is what happens in the fight. It's all about respect in combat, but obviously, like you say, to the victor goes the spoils.
Yeah. I can understand. Emotions will be flying high, you know.
Yes, we understand that, yeah.
I don't think there was any strike to the back of the head.
And there was no malice involved.
Nah, I don't.
We honestly hope that Mahmoud Ibrahim is okay. He does seem to be back into the frame of things. He looks to be in a better position.
He's just upset, you know. He was in a position of dominance.
And then he lost it, right?
He lost it, you know. I don't agree with the corner. I don't think there were any strikes to the back of the head. You know,
I mean that's pretty obvious. There were no strikes to the back of the head. However, you can also understand the frustration. We saw that in the second round. Those knees, they came pretty close. We saw in the deciding strike of the fight, the knee that made all the difference. And you have to feel for, you know, for the Egyptian. Now, obviously, these are conversations that perhaps we're saying where the punch is at the back of the head. Well, let's see that. Well, okay. Well, there were a few elbows that
I'll say that last elbow.
Yeah, could be contentious that perhaps came to the back of the head, and that was what perhaps made the fighter a bit dizzy. But yeah, well, it's a bit controversial, but it is what it is, isn't it?
I think that last strike was pretty much rudimentary. You know, I think. I mean, yes, it's a dangerous strike, and that should never be encouraged.
But do you feel that the damage was done from
the damage
knee?
was already done.
There we go.
I think the damage was clearly already done.
You have to feel for the Egyptian as he's still maintaining his position that it was a strike to the back of the head. However,
I think it would be very, very unfortunate if this is a DQ for Fabian Texas. But I'm not a judge, but personally, let's go ringside to Emmanuel and get the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner after 4 minutes 24 seconds of the second round. And here is your winner by TKO, Fabian the Gentle Giant Texas!
Fabian, right this way. Fabian, right this way. Ladies and gentlemen, fans of African Knockout Championship, make some noise one more time for the Gentle Giant in Fabian, Texas. An impressive stoppage victory. Now, I have to ask you, Fabian, we saw in the start of the second round, you went with a knee strike. And then eventually, that was the deciding strike that got you the victory. Why did you switch your strategy to go with your knees?
First of all, Ko Hakavod Li Elohim, all glory to God. And I thank God for everything. Before coming into this fight, I was very sick, throwing up. This was today, by the way. Throwing up and stooling. I had diarrhea, apparently to food poisoning. So it's God that just helped me. Early this morning, I was in the bathroom. You know, I was sick, like I said. And it just came to my head, flying knee, fake takedown. When he drops his body, give a flying knee. And I was like, okay, chill. I texted my coach. He's not here, by the way. Shout out to Coach Mania Jack, one of the best coaches ever, and a father figure. Yeah. And I told him about it. He was like, oh, yeah, nice, cool. And that was it.
Now, many will not even believe this, but you're just only 18 years old. And you don't even seem fazed by the spectacle and what we're seeing right now. I have to ask you, this was your debut. How did you even survive those moments whereby your opponent in Ibrahim Mahmoud was going with the strikes to your face? What was going through your mind, remembering that you had food poisoning early today?
Honestly, nothing was going through my mind, really. I just thought about defense. That's why I saw me doing the head movement when it was pounding me. I knew I was going to get over by God, by the grace of God. I just trusted in God. I didn't really trust in myself because I know that I was very, very weak. Even now, when he lifted me up, I felt like throwing up, but it's true. So yeah. What was going through my head was just defense and patience.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up to this young man for amazing spirit and tenacity. Congratulations to you once again, Fabian. All the best.
Thank you, Lagos City. You guys are all looking very good. Thank you for turning up for AK09, and God bless. Hey, one more thing, please. Shout out to Kamaru Usman. With all due respect, Kamaru Usman. I'm young, I'm strong. I got everything it takes to be champion. I'm really looking forward to the Dana White Contender Series coming up September or August. What are you saying? Let's make a shitload of money, huh?
All right. Remarkable. Congrats once again.
Will hear no more times than yes throughout their lifetime. You can't move that fast. But what if you said no to all those things? What if you decided you can go that fast? And that everyone else should wait? Because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
Welcome to our world where every moment becomes an experience. Discover the hottest trends, must-watch movies, tours, and exclusive access to the best spots in town. Whether you're into concerts, festivals, or nightlife, What a Deal Events has you covered. For event organizers, we make hosting seamless. List your events, manage secure payments, enable QR check-ins, and streamline event management, all in one powerful platform. Join the experience, list, discover, and enjoy with What a Deal Events. What a deal. It's better with us.
All right, it is time once again for us to engage in the best that African mixed martial arts has to offer. Victor Godfrey still very much in the company of the Funk Daddy, Hugo. We saw an incredible finish in our last fight, and we are heading over now to the next one. It is the women's bantamweight. Hugo, give us the download on this one. We have the Cameroonian taking on again another Nigerian. And here we have 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐋, known as La Stratégie, taking on the woman king in Terlumun.
A crowd favorite in Terlumun. She always brings the heat, always brings the fire. Coincidentally, I have trained with both women, and I can tell you what, Kevin is a very good striker, but not as good a grappler. I don't know how much work she would have done in the grappling section. And Duse, on the other hand, is a very, very good grappler, and not as good a striker as Kevin.
So it's a perfect blend then.
Oh, such a perfect match.
And we know styles make fights.
Yeah,
with the age, it's over, they're 10 years apart in terms of the age. Would that be a factor?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. You know, Kevin is a very experienced fighter, but the woman king has been around. She's very young, but she's been around for a while. You know, she's been around for a while.
Now it's time for us to head over to the ring in Mano to make the announcement for our next fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome, making our entrance, Kengni.
She is also from Douala. And to be honest, Cameroon is a bit on a hot streak right now, to be honest, here at the AKO. We saw Ngono with a victory.
Yep.
But this is 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐋. She is known as La Stratégie, which means she is the strategy. We've seen some surprise comeback victories in this fight, in this championship event so far. Do you feel that will continue, or with this? Or will she have this strategy to beat the woman king in Terlumun?
Well, Duse is coming off a loss, you know, so it's redemption for her. Kevin will also have a point to prove, you know. She'd like to show the African Knockout Championship that she belongs here and she has the skill set. And it's a very good matchup, you know, very good matchup. I think what will be very important in this fight is the gas management, the cardio, because in the last fight, we saw that kind of played a big factor with Terlumun, Duse, the woman king. So if Kevin had seen that video, I'm sure she would have pushed herself really hard, you know, worked on her cardio, make sure she has a very, very, very big gas tank. She'd like to start with her foot on the pedal, you know, so test the woman king's gas tank.
All right, there you have it. Test the gas tank of the woman king. Test the stamina gauge of the woman king. That should be the strategy from La Stratégie.
Yeah.
The Cameroonian, as she makes her way into the cage, 𝐀𝐖𝐀𝐋 from Douala in Cameroon. And she looks very calm and focused. No paparazzi, like we say in Nigeria, as she makes her way to her corner, which is the blue corner.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making her entrance, Duse Terlumun.
She spoke about trying to bounce back, and she seemed very focused in the press conference yesterday. She seemed very fiery, like, listen, I know I had an unexpected loss the last time, and we all saw that happen where she just slumped from knees to the back of to the backside, if I can use that phrase. But again, she has to be ready for this. She's very young, but she is a physical specimen. Look at how she looks chiseled.
She looks in great shape.
Yeah.
And I train with this girl. She's physically she's very strong. I'd give her that. For a woman her size, she's twice as strong as she should be, you know. But I'd say her problem, and we saw it in the last fight, was the gas tank.
Yeah.
And with regards to the press conference, she addressed it, but I don't think she really addressed it, you know. She just said, hey, it happened. God decided it was going to happen.
Yeah, she said that. And I was like, I hope God decides you win today, because if we leave it up to that, we don't know what's going to happen.
I hope God decided that you go back to the gym and work on your cardio.
Well, that's one way to look at it. That is one way to look at it. It is the woman king, Terlumun Jose, all the way from Lagos. So she is a daughter of the soil, Omoeko, like they would say. So she has to get the victory today, doesn't she?
Oh boy, no pressure on the woman king. I mean, she's usually the crowd favorite. Sometimes she fights out of her backyard, and tonight is one of those nights. So, hey, let's see how that plays.
It is going to be an interesting one, as we have both ladies in the cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of action. 5 minutes each in the AKO Championship Women's Bantamweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a kickboxer with a professional MMA record of 1 win and 1 loss. Fighting out of Douala, Cameroon, Reina La Strategie Kengni. Introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She's a judo fighter with a professional MMA record of 6 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Lagos, Nigeria, Dose, the woman king, Terlumun. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Judah.
Hugo, are you ready for the women to bring the heat?
Yes.
Here in the African Knockout Championship. This is our 5th fight, women's bantamweight division. 𝐁𝐖𝐀𝐋 Kengni from Douala, Cameroon. La Strategie is the name. Taking on Dose Terlumun, who is a Nigerian from Lagos State, known as the Woman King. And what an aggressive start. So fast, so early in the very first round. Fighting from the blue corner is the Cameroonian. And of course, fighting from the red corner is the Nigerian. And whoa, look at that.
Well, she does have a foundation in judo, so I'm not surprised. She's gone straight into the clinch, and she's looking for a trip.
The referee is telling them to get out of the corner, but Terlumun just looks like she's ready to be there. Like, I'm going to die on this hill.
Oh, no, she's definitely looking for a takedown. She's looking for an inside leg trip or a hip toss.
Are you sure the 10-year gap wouldn't make a difference in this fight, Google?
I mean, they're both really experienced fighters. It's not about age, it's about how long you've been fighting, you know, and how competitive you've been, how active you've been. And both fighters, you see, there she goes with the hip toss. There she goes with the hip toss.
This first takedown of the fight goes to Dose Terlumun, the Nigerian. Because during the press conference, 𝐁𝐻𝐃 seemed so calm and so focused and more or less unfazed. Like, you know what? Don't worry. They call me the strategy. Watch what I can do on the fight night. But look at that. She has that knee cinched in, and she has that tight hold on just not giving any space. Your thoughts on this?
Instantly, I don't like Kevin's body language. Yeah, she's literally just holding on for dear life. Yeah, she's hanging on for dear life. She doesn't really have an active half guard here. She's not really working for anything. She's just trying to survive.
But in the right knee of Justice seems a bit contorted and twisted in a position that doesn't seem so pretty to the eyes.
I mean, technically, that's actually the way out with a knee slice. So I think that's what Duse was trying to do. And I'd say that was a good call from Austin Judah, because Kevin seemed to be stalling.
Well, Kevin ran again with some feisty strikes, but Joseph seems to have weathered the storm using that half guard of made famous by Joe Frazier, just coming forward but still, you know, keeping a bit of a cross guard right there. And you have to ask yourself again, the strategy to put that body pressure and push you up against the cage, that eventually takes a toll on the gas tank of the fighter.
This clinch, I mean, except you're a grappler, it's nothing for you. But if you're predominantly a striker, you don't want to
We've
be...
seen, like, I feel like Kengni is a striker because from those flurry of punches she threw, it seemed as if that's what she wants to favor. Let's have a bit of a distance, be in a vertical base, and let's trade.
I think she needs to move more laterally, because Duce just twice now she just charged right at her, directly just in a straight line. I think with some good footwork, and just some lateral movement, Kevin would be in this position now, trapped right by the fence.
Kevin Kengni, last strategy from Douala, Cameroon in the blue corner. If you're wondering, she has the white trunks on. As for the Nigerian in Dose Terlumun, she is in black trunks. Fighting from the red corner, looking for the second takedown, not quite clear. And her, this is remarkable. There we go.
Very good flexibility
from Kevin.
Kevin, I thought that arm was broken.
I saw it too as well. I was like, wow, that seemed like it was in a position that was not too pleasing to the eye. But it's an interesting start to this fight, though. To be honest, what's your assessment on this,
Duce has started high octane. Yeah. The same way she started the last fight. She's just charged in there and she's giving it all. I think she should save some for...
And pace herself.
Yeah,
right?
she should pace herself and save some for after. Is that blood from Kevin's nose?
I'm trying to see it to shoot. It does look like we can get the red marks. Well, it does look like it's a little bit. It does look that way, but I guess we'll confirm. Yeah, it does. That's a bit of blood. She's bleeding through the nose. And that is the Cameroonian in Kengni. She is bleeding through her nose, but it's not. Doesn't look like anything too serious. When you're in this position, like what goes through your mind? What is your brain thinking? Like, do I do this? Less than 30 seconds to go by.
Action.
Mind when you're in this position.
If I'm Duce and I'm in the position Duce is in, what I'm thinking is make him look up and then change level.
Another break from the referee again, showing his experience. Austin Judah. Lovely right cross, overhand right hand, landing flush on the jaw of Rien. That got her attention. And those right hands, that got the attention of Rien. Your thoughts on that? The end of the first round, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Boy.
What a round. And what a right hand from Duce Terlumun. Wow.
I think the time seemed to just fly by, in that round. And I think it's because of the strategy of the Woman King, She's a judoka, she's a grappler. She doesn't lie about it, She closes down the distance, she gets in the clinch, she gets you to the ground, and she tries to keep you there, So I think now that Kevin has been put on notice, it would be nice to see how she adjusts. Oh boy, look at that arm.
Yeah, you saw that, right?
Oh,
the left arm was just in all sorts of wrong positions. But again, that overhand right hand from Duce landed flush. And that was, but to credit to her chin, Rien Kengni took it and said, is that all you've got?
Oh, yeah.
I had that for breakfast this morning.
Well, we can see not too many strikes thrown, not too many landed. But yeah, so far a lot has been happening in the clinch and takedown department.
All right, there you have it. We are ready for the second round now in the women's bantamweight division. It is the Cameroonian in Rien Kengni fighting from Douala, taking on the Nigerian in the red corner, who is known as the Woman King from Lagos, the host city for the AKO9 championship event.
No, I think Kevin has made a slight adjustment. But
she's going for the guillotine. She's going for the guillotine.
Pretty tight, but Kevin is doing the right thing, fighting the hands. To be honest, she can finish it from standing too, but she doesn't have her hands locked in.
She doesn't have her hands locked in. And I have to be honest with you, again, lovely hip toss. Lovely hip toss there by... That's amazing there by the Woman King, I should say. I was going to say the Nigerian King. The Woman King. Wow.
Oh boy, what's she going for now? She's going for a crucifix?
She's going for again, you have to give the defensive awareness, credit to the defensive awareness of the Cameroonian.
I tell you what, I know I'm a bit older these days, but hey, Kevin's back is going to be hurting tomorrow morning. I'm telling you, I know
at the age of
this.
31, yes, you feel that it will get to her, wouldn't you?
I mean, like, she's pretty contorted, and I can assure you she's putting in a lot of work in there, trying to get out of this. With some jiu-jitsu pedigree, you know, the back is there for the taking, you know. But she just keeps on getting hooked up.
A lovely hip toss again from
The back
Kudzete.
was there for the taking for Kevin, you know, but...
So that's what I was asking you. What are we going to the mind? Lovely control of the back. That's wonderful wrestling right there from Kudzete. What are we going to the mind of the Cameroonian at this point in time in Rio? She says she's last strategy, but there has been no strategy so far to counter the amazing offensive attack of the Nigerian.
She'll be thinking, get this girl off me. Yeah, hopefully she slows down the longer the fight goes. You know, but it's pretty deep now, and she has it flat. But Kevin is doing the right thing of fighting the hand. She does not want this choke to get in, because once the second hand is in, it's a wrap. Now the Woman King is doing the right thing. Small pepper. You know, small pepper, small salt.
Just sprinkle it around. Yeah, season it a bit.
Yep. Give us stuff to think about.
I was going to say that what was established at the end of the first round was that lovely overhand right hand that landed flush on the jaw of Kengni, as Dose ended that first round on a bright note. However, she has even started the second round even more impressively, showcasing amazing wrestling skills, wonderful hip tosses, and obviously wonderful control.
It's important not to panic, and that's what's happening to Kevin.
Is she panicking, you feel?
She is. I feel she's panicking, and she's thrown all her technique out the window, and she's not doing the right things, and she's getting flattened out. You know?
The corner of the Cameroonians are screaming on the top of their lungs as they are trying to see if their fighter can turn things around. And of course, Dose has to be careful so you don't want to have punches to the back of the head now. You don't want that to happen. But she's really trying her best, and to be honest, I've been impressed by this performance from Dose Terlumun.
I think that's what she should do. You know, invest in the ground and pound and try and get the technical knockout. She's running out of time, but there's still so much time. There's an armbar there as well.
So it is important for Dose to be calm, and this is where your corner comes in and say, okay, listen.
Yeah.
Explore the options.
Yeah.
There are many things you can do in this position, because this is the best possible position you can find yourself in at this stage of the fight.
Too many things you could do here. She could just invest in the ground and pound, but like commit to it, you know, or she could go for the rear naked choke. If that doesn't work, she could go for the armbar from the back. There's too many things she can do with this position. But the last thing she wants to do is not get a finish from this position, because the third round might be a whole different ball game.
We saw, talking about remarkable comebacks, in our last fight, we just saw the young Nigerian in Texas having a fantastic comeback against Ibrahim. And less than a minute to go, and I have to say I've been very, very impressed by Dose Terlumun.
Position before submission, position before submission. It's very important. She doesn't rush, and she makes sure she's always in the right place, so she doesn't let Kevin explode out, because in a scramble she could end up on her back with Kevin on top. So yep, it's very important she has her hooks in, she has control of her opponent's wrist.
Less than 10 seconds to go in the second round, as we do have Dose, the Nigerian, who has had an impressive showing in the second round. Obviously, from start to finish, it's all over now. And that is the second round as well in the purse for the Woman King.
She's definitely 2 rounds up. And looking for her body language, yes, I am impressed.
She is ready to go.
Yeah, I'm impressed compared to her last outing.
Yeah,
she's definitely worked on that cardio.
You know, like the famous saying goes, so far so good in the last 2 rounds. She has been the queen of all she surveys.
Yes, so
no
far
doubt.
she has been. But Kevin, on the other hand, still very much in the fight. She hasn't been put out.
Is she though?
She's still very much in the fight. She's still fresh. We still haven't seen much from her, so there's still a lot to expect. You know,
the stats from the second round again shows the same story and the same narrative from the first. Total dominance from the Nigerian, as she is getting ready to continue that in the third and final round. Can we say turn around now from the Cameroonian? Those questions shall be answered in the third round.
She just needs to, I think she needs to work. I don't know what her corner has said to her, but I think she needs to work on her footwork, better lateral movement. Because Terlumun is just charging straight at her, and it's obvious Terlumun just wants to grapple. You know what I mean? There's the overhand there, but it's obvious she just wants to close the distance, get in a clinch, get you to the ground, and grapple. So you need to have better lateral movement, but I don't think she has made any of those adjustments just yet.
Started off the third round, fighting from the blue corner is the Cameroonian in white trunks. Talking about 𝐅𝐈𝐍𝐀𝐋. She's known as La Stratégie from Douala, Cameroon. And the Nigerian in Terlumun, the woman king from Lagos in black trunks. And we've said so far that Terlumun has had a very good showing so far. The first 2 rounds, you can say she has had it in the bag. But she has to be careful, because I just saw there that if 𝐅𝐈𝐍𝐀𝐋 pulls the trigger, we don't know the measurement of her power, and so it's important for them to be in this place, at least for the advantage to go to the Nigerian.
At this point, especially for the woman king. For the woman king at this point, it's about game management.
Yes.
She has the fight in the bag. She just needs to stay safe, stay dominant. Don't do anything silly or stupid, and don't put yourself at unnecessary risks. Now, for Kevin, on the other hand, she needs to get out of this clinch. You know, she needs to get out of the clinch, and she needs to get her combinations going. She needs to land something clean, because she has to finish this fight to win it. You know, if she doesn't get, I don't see her getting it from the submission. So she needs to get something going. A Hail Mary as well. You know, maybe a head kick. She needs to put Terlumun on notice.
I love what the referees have done, whereby they are breaking it up to ensure we have a bit of a restart, and the fighters can go back into giving us the action that we deserve as fans of mixed martial arts. I feel that, like you said, for Jose, she doesn't want to exchange with Kevin 𝐅𝐈𝐍𝐀𝐋, because if I'm being very honest, I feel the reach advantage will have a massive factor on once again. Lovely. It has been impressive. It has been the staple and signature of the fight so far.
It looks really
beautiful,
basic and simple, but it's not. You know, and it's pretty straightforward, but to get there is not as easy as you think. Once her hip is lower than Kevin's hip, she's gonna get that hip toss. You know, and Kevin as a striker, she's not being wise to it yet. You know. Anytime she tries to defend those 2 underhooks, she just ends up getting 𝐅𝐈𝐍𝐾𝐋, if I can say that.
And you say you don't know?
I mean, I do know 1 or 2 of the Japanese terms and these things.
Okay, that is remarkable. It is the third and final round here in the women's bantamweight division. 2 queens of the sport, giving a good account of themselves, representing the African Knockout Championship at the highest level, as we have La Stratégie, 𝐅𝐈𝐍𝐀𝐋 in the blue corner, currently looking for something to turn the tide of this encounter. On the other hand, can the Nigerian from the red corner in black trunks, hometown girl from Lagos, the woman king, can she just maintain this, like you said, game management and get it all in the bag and get a victory?
Well, he slide into the full mount, you know, because I hate to say stuff like this, but I don't think Kevin wants to be here anymore. She's not listening to her corner stopped speaking to her.
The corner hasn't even said anything. They were very vocal in the second round, but right now so far, a few instructions, but you can see that, yeah, you're right though. Like, the body language.
She's just waiting for this to end, you know.
Yes.
What she needs to do is get on a side, and she needs to fish with her legs. She needs to fish Terlumun's feet, get on the side, get into half guard, and from half guard you can start working for a sweep or start working to get up. You can't just lie flat, and like she's so flat on her back, you know, she's square right now. And in grappling, it's the last thing you want to do.
Yeah. What is amazing about this is the fact that you have Jose, who is looking for a comeback victory, and this is as perfect as it gets for the woman king, as she has done a great job. If we're being very honest, it has been, I have to be honest, the level of technical display has improved tremendously here at the African Knockout Championship. If we're being very honest, you're seeing fighters who can hold their own, and this is very, very impressive. Less than 30 seconds to go, by the way, in the final round of this fight.
I can see Terlumun doing something I suspect she learned at our gym when she trained with us. From top pressure, she's using her chin. Yeah, it's really uncomfortable.
dirty tricks.
Oh, yeah, the little dark arts. You know, and the body goes where the head goes. You know, she's using her chin to force Kevin. You see, she's forced Kevin's face flat on his side.
That is all over, as it is pretty obvious, based on the eye test, that Terlumun, the woman king, has been impressive in this performance. The both fighters share an embrace in the ring, showcasing so much love and respect for each other.
And sportsmanship.
And sportswomanship in this case. And for the Nigerian, it is relief, because that last performance, we were all scratching our head like, what went wrong? And she has more or less vindicated herself, because she's right back in the swing, right back in the conversation for the women in the bantamweight division.
Yeah, she is. She is. I mean, to be honest, she was coasting. She was coasting through it, but after the performance against Banla Joy, we knew, you know, there's some gaps in her game. It's nice to see that she's tried to fill in some of those gaps.
Indeed, she has tried to fill in those gaps.
Oh boy, it was a dominant performance. It really was.
And you can see, I mean, I'm really happy for her, because she spoke really sternly in the pre-fight press conference and face-off we had yesterday. And I guess it was written in the stars, or God has his destiny that she will win the fight today.
Yep, she definitely did her homework, and it's an impressive dominant victory. She won every single round. No, it wasn't even close in any round, and I kind of feel bad for Kevin, but like I say, you never really lose, do you? You learn, you know, and this was a big learning curve for Kevin.
It is a big curve for her. I guess she has to go back and create a new strategy, since her nickname is Last Strategy.
I mean, she did find some success with the striking. I'd say the issue was just her movement, her footwork.
But I felt that she could have kept the distance, because we saw how to keep down, ways you can counter these moves for if people attempt to grapple you. But she didn't do any of that. She just welcomed the embrace, and before you know it, bounced on the net or on the mat.
She just welcomed the embrace.
She welcomed the embrace. That's what it was. And then the hip tosses, come on. It was so rampant. It was not able to look at one
ground the pound from the back.
Look at another one. And
hip toss.
Boom.
This was the story.
Fantastic judo from the woman whose style is obviously judo.
Oh, now we have some dancing. Of course, after all the hard work is over, you can dance. And shortly, we'll be heading ringside to the Robertina Emmanuel for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we have our winner by unanimous decision. Dulce, the woman king, Terlumun!
Say right this way. Congratulations once again. I have to ask you, because during the press conference yesterday, you were very confident and you needed this victory, given the fact that your last time out was a loss. How do you feel right now that you finally have a victory and you're back to winning ways here in the African Knockout Championship?
Excuse me, address me well. Call me the woman king.
Apologies. Once again, she's the queen of all she surveys. Make some noise for the woman queen. The woman king. I don't want any trouble. Apologies. Woman King, over to you.
The Woman King, I'm the number one in this AKO show. First of all, I want to thank my mom, my dad, and my team. Do you know how my mom will be so happy right now? And my dad, when I get back home, they will celebrate me. First of all, yesterday I told you that the grace that backed me up is beyond anybody in my weight category. No one can challenge me. Did you hear that? I'm ready for anyone. Yes, I said that I'm going to finish her, and I did that. Yes, I'm the Woman King.
Now, we do have a few contenders in your division. We have Mandasana, we have Jane. Are you calling these great fighters out?
Do I know those people? Do I know those people? If they hear my name, they bow. I'm the Woman King. Please, fans, cross that message. Woman King is back.
Once again, congratulations for the Woman King, Jose Terlumun. Congratulations once again. Thank you for your time.
Everyone else should wait because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
Okay. The famous phrase goes that time flies
when you're having fun.
And after I show you, I'm surprised that we are now at our 6th fight of the night. This is the African Knockout Championship. The name is Victor Godfrey in the company of the Funk Daddy Iwuoha. And what a fantastic performance and great post-fight interview from our last fight. Hey, I had my heart in my mouth. I was like, please, oh.
If not, you would have gotten hip tossed as well.
Exactly.
And she looked like she meant it.
Now, our next fight is in the lightweight division, and it features Daniel Iwuoha, and he's taking on Abdulrahim Sankara from Burkina Faso. Now, again, this is another fight that looks like it is fantastic and tantalizing on paper. But let me get your thoughts here in the tail of the tape. It is 3 years apart in terms of the age. The height difference is there with about, 0.4 meters. And then you have the weight as well. Not so far, but the reach is where Sankara seems to have the advantage. Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, for a lightweight, I mean, the second I saw the kid, I knew he was going to be a problem for the weight class, because he's really long and rangy for this weight class. And this is actually a rematch. I think this was Daniel Iwuoha's first loss in the African Knockout Championship. Yeah, and I think that's where he would have learned where he was lacking, and the things he would have had to work on in his game, So rematches can be very tricky, it can play in your head,
Now the phrase that usually have for rematches are like repeat or revenge. What is it going to be, Hugo?
Boy, I don't know.
All right, tell you what, let's know your thoughts on social media. Is it going to be repeat or revenge? And Hugo has the skinny when it comes to our social media handles.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's on YouTube. All you have to do is put in AKO9, AKO9, and Bob's your uncle. You can watch this, you can catch up, and don't miss anything, you know. Make sure you don't miss anything.
All right, it's time for us to head over now to our ring announcer in Emmanuel as we're ready for our next fight between Daniel and Abdulrazak.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome, making his entrance, Daniel Iwuoha.
It is Daniel Iwuoha. Now, I love the mask he has on. I mean, you want a bit of mystery and theatrics with your personality and character. And he has that on. It's a bit of a rebrand. He didn't have this the last time he was here, but your thoughts on him? Do you feel it's going to be revenge?
I think he had the mask on the last time. Dan always has the mask.
Oh, he always has the mask.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he didn't have it the last time.
Boy, it's his trademark, you know. He's out here like he's special forces or he's a member of the Avengers.
And obviously, well, with all the mask aside, of course, the mask is not going to do the fighting for you. Do you think he's ready? He looks to be in good shape. He looks to be focused. He looks like he's perhaps recounting the strategies in his head. The way his eyes are darting left and right, it's as if he's thinking about what to do. But is that where you want to be thinking about what to do? Or you already know, okay, I am going to start this and I'm going to do this my way. Have a strategy in your head.
Well, I wouldn't say you should have one plan. I think you should have like 3 plans, you know, in case one goes wrong. You should always have contingency plans. And yeah, it's like Bruce Lee said, you know, be like water, you know.
Yeah, be like water.
Be moldable, you know, be malleable, be what's the word they use, you know, be resourceful, be adaptable, you know, because fights, a lot of things are happening in a very short time, you know, and you need to be able to adjust on your feet really quickly.
No, it's very funny. You had to use a quote from one of the greatest martial artists of all time. Come on, you pulled the Bruce Lee out of the hat. Come on.
Oh, come on. I had to. Been saving that one up.
Yeah, all right. You have him in his ring, and we're ready to go.
Please welcome, making his entrance, Abdul Sankara.
The very tall and lanky frame of the Burkina Faso in Abdulrazak Sankara, known as the Sankartist.
Sankaris.
Oh, look at that. Showman.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be amazing. That's like a Hollywood type of kick.
You know, your typical head kick is just, he's so rangy, he's so long. He can land that from anywhere, you know. So, Dan the Great would have to watch out. You'd have to watch out. And, you know, Abdul Sankara there, he has Coach Henry behind him. He has a very great coach, very great teammates. He's coming from a good team. But the man he's coming up against is a man who he has beaten before, and he's going to have a big fat chip on his shoulder. You know, Dan the Great probably has posters of this guy, of Sankara.
In the gym.
In the gym, at home, on the punching bag. He's been thinking about this guy. So, should be a very interesting fight.
Now, I have to ask a question. When it comes to the hairstyle of Sankara, I've seen before in the past, they've cut the hair of certain fighters that has been a bit too long. You feel this will not be a bit of a hindrance for him?
Oh, no, that's not a problem.
Oh, okay. I mean, you have the same hairstyle,
so maybe I am a bit biased.
You are a bit biased.
You know, but maybe he could tie it up, you know.
Because you see that's exactly my point.
But it's not going to be a problem for him. I don't think so.
Okay. Well, the Sankartist, all the way from Abidjan, all the way from Ouagadougou, I apologize, in Burkina Faso. He is ready for action.
I mean, I think he was one of the most active, if not the most active
Yes,
fighter last season.
I mean, he was.
He fights like every 2 weeks, you know, and he was Eric Favre, the other. He's been pretty active, you know, he's been pretty active. He stays sharp, you know, so I know that's not going to be the issue. Let's see if it's the game plan and the execution of this game plan.
He's taking his time, saying a prayer to the gods if they are listening to him right now. The god of mixed martial arts that gave perhaps our last fighter her victory, the Woman King. He walks past his opponents as he makes his way to the red corner. And we are ready for this lightweight action.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of action, 5 minutes each in the AKO Championship Lightweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a kickboxer and a wrestler with a professional MMA record of 3 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Edo State, Nigeria, Daniel the Great Iwuoha. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a Muay Thai fighter with a professional MMA record of 5 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso, Abdul Sankara.
Showmanship from Sankara.
Our referee at the center of the ring is Michael Barcha.
Oh boy.
Amazing stuff.
Stay on the logo. Stay on the logo. You ready? You ready? Let's go.
And here we go. It is the 6th fight of the night in the African Knockout Championship 9. And we have another remarkable event lined up for you. It is the lightweight division. As from the blue corner is Nigerian Danny the Great, they call him, Daniel Iwuoha from Edo State in white trunks, taking on Abdulrahim Sankara from Burkina Faso, called the Sankara artist. Ouagadougou is his hometown. We just saw an impressive start, trying to set his range now, the Nigerian in Iwuoha. Your thoughts on that?
This is, to be honest, this is such a matchup. You know, I know they fought before, but anytime these guys fight, it's always going to be fireworks because they are so similar but so different. You know, like their body types, I mean, they are the same weight class, but you know, you have Abdul Sankara, he's too long and rangy, and then you have Dan the Great, a bit more stocky in the build. But both fighters very aggressive. They throw combos, and they won't stop going forward. You know, so it's like that immovable force versus unstoppable object type of thing. You know?
Somebody has to yield, though. Somebody has to yield. I like the fact that these 2 fighters are favoring the striking style of fighting. Right, and both of them exchanging kicks.
Oh,
wow.
Body shots.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, they sounded disgusting, man. Those kicks to the body from both fighters.
From both fighters, it was like, do me, I do you.
Oh, boy. Very
Lovely.
good counter.
I love this. This is all action. And the crowd is responding accordingly to the action we are seeing right now. I have to say, this has been very, very impressive for a start of the fight.
Oh, they wanted, you know, most fans like to see a striking battle.
We do.
You know,
I mean, what else do you want to see? What else do you want to see?
It's because they don't really understand their technicalities.
And there we go with the purists coming with
on.
the technicalities. We want excitement here.
Oh boy, these head kicks.
Whoa.
If one lands, somebody's gonna sleep.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling that's going to happen. And guess what? It's not so far from your bedtime.
Oh no.
That's what you call a lullaby. Lovely jab. But to be honest, both fighters are keeping center. Nobody's backing down from each other.
It's a technical striking match. I love it. The feints being thrown, the ticks, you know. But I think what's going to be the decider is who gets the read on
Sankara is in the southpaw stand, and of course, Noah being the more traditional stance, I feel that's going to make it because southpaws always seem to have an advantage sometimes over the the guys in the
I mean, when you
catch my words, because the action is
the action is a lot.
I'm really, if you see us right now, we are straining.
The action is a lot. You know, when you, I mean, you train traditionally, all your combos, all your counters, most times you're prepared for an orthodox fighter, you know. So yeah, maybe a southpaw can put you off. But I tell you what,
no coaching.
There's also handicaps, you know, for every, there's a handicap in a southpaw, you know, he's exposed in different places too.
As well, yeah. The left jab can go straight down the pipe.
Oh boy, every time I go against an orthodox fighter, the left hook used to be a problem for me because
as well, yeah.
Our right hand is the lead hand, is so active. So they have the left hook, and then their right kick to your body, it's always an option as well because you're always open that way. And there you can see it instantly. If with good timing and a good setup, that is going to rip the body every time.
Lovely jab there from Sankara. And of course, this mirrors one of the... Whoa! A right hand rocks him, another one rocks Iwuoha, but he goes for the tackle. And that is a good strategy right there from the Nigerian.
Yeah. He had to weather the storm.
He was rocked.
He had to weather the storm because that definitely put him on notice. That
Don't grab the pants! Let go.
Wait now.
Let go. He says, wait now. Are you serious? Don't get lost in the sauce, Hugo. You're on commentary.
Oh boy, that was like a three-way fight right there. The ref got involved. Oh my.
Exciting stuff here in our 6th fight in an African Knockout Championship between Iwuoha and Sankara, the Nigerian taking on the Burkina Bay, and it is remarkable action.
Very deep underhooks.
Oh my goodness.
And Sankara is doing exactly what I would have done. You just, when you change the level and straight into mount, this is not a good place for Dan the Great to be.
Less than 30 seconds or so, 35 seconds or so to go. And it is...
Do you remember how it ended the last time?
Remind us.
I think it might have ended like this, like by a rear naked choke. So yeah, this is...
But I feel Iwuoha needs to be more measured. He shouldn't rush into anything less than a lovely takedown, by the way.
Lovely takedown, but he needs to watch out for the guillotine.
He has to watch out for the guillotine.
Deep, but I don't know if he has enough time. 4 seconds. Oh, it's pretty tight.
It is pretty tight.
But there's no time.
Stop, let him go, let him go.
What an amazing end to what was an impressive round of action, the first round in this fight. It seems as if the fights just keep getting better and better and better as we go.
These are the levels we're talking about, Victor. These are the levels. And if you missed anything, I'm sorry. But hey, all hope is not lost. You can go on YouTube, AK09, and catch up. Yeah.
Landed for Iwuoha.
Even the kick to the body too, that landed.
So Iwuoha has actually had, I mean, we'll get to see these stats, but I would say Iwuoha has had the better of the exchanges when it comes to just the kicks, the high kicks, and sometimes the striking. However, those jabs and the reach of Sankara has proven to be deadly. That was a lovely glancing punch right there.
It's a big problem. And, you know, when a fighter like Sankara, you know, with this type of reach, but he also has good eyes.
Yeah, that rocked him. Another one.
Oh, good counter.
Off the chest.
Good counter by Iwuoha, but I think he was rocked at.
Boom, right there. Look at that. That got him. The left hand down the pipe, the left hook.
Oh, right hook, right overhand from Iwuoha. He also found some success here and there. You know, close fight so far, but I think I'll give that round to Sankara.
All right, we have the tail of the first round in terms of the stats, and we can clearly see with the punches, it seems to favor the Burkina Bay over the Nigerian, but the total strikes favors the Nigerian, so it is an interesting one. If you combine it together, the Nigerian has the advantage, but when you break it down to the nitty-gritty, it seems to favor the man from Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso. Start of the second round in the AKO Championship fight in the lightweight division between the Nigerian and Iwuoha. In the blue corner, in white trunks, taking on the man from Burkina Faso, Sankara Abdulrahim. The sunglasses is called. In black trunks, fighting from the red corner. What should happen after an explosive first round that we saw? Lovely kick again there by Sankara.
So I see what Sankara is doing, man. He's investing in those body kicks, and instantly you can see Dan the Great has dropped his right hand a bit because he needs to address the shots to the body. But that's also going to leave a wide window open for his head. So He's giving him a few things to think about.
Oh! Again, you said it. You just said it right now, and it just happened.
It's giving him a few things to think about.
It is giving him a few things to think about. You have to be impressed with that, but you have to have a switch of strategy now for the Nigerian, because you can't just keep walking to those kicks. And here we go. I think this is the time of the fight whereby we switch to the grappling game, and the test of
stop
comes into play.
I'd give Dan the Great some credit. He's a dog. The man is still in this fight, man. He's still very much in this fight. I think he's fighting uphill, but he's still very much in this fight, and he's still very dangerous. Groin, a knee strike to the groin.
But we have to see a replay. I wasn't too sure. We didn't quite catch that. And, but Sankara seems to be in the world of hurts. So there are two things that usually happens in this scenario. Is the fighter truly hurt, or is he just taking time out?
Oh no!
Or is it a bit of both?
I mean, he had the momentum, and he was
Let's
running the show.
Let's see if what really happened in the slow motion replay. Kick to the gut.
The second one.
Oh, the second one landed flush right there in the jewels, and that is not very good for Sankara. He needs time to recover.
Officially, I think he is.
You think he's okay?
He has 5 minutes to recover. Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, I've had a few groin strikes myself.
As you cannot
condition. You cannot condition that part of your. Okay.
No, nobody trains that part.
All right. I know some Buddhist monks beyond that funny stuff page.
But this is MMA, and of course, the entire arena giving a rapturous applause for these remarkable warriors as they are getting right back into the swing of things.
Okay? Next groin shot will be minus for anybody.
The referee giving out instructions now to declare no funny business. I don't think that was not intentional, by the way.
No, it wasn't.
It happens. And we resume the action now in the second round. It was paused. The timing was paused for Sankara to recover. And I think at this point, Sankara is just slightly beginning to edge it over Iwuoha. A lovely left hook. A lovely left hook there from Sankara. Beat him. He's going for the suplex, or the slam in this case.
Watch your groin.
Wow. Who thoughts of this?
I'm just gobsmacked. I'm like, my mouth is wide open. This fight started at like such a high pace, and it's just maintained the same pace. Both men very dangerous. Both men with a lot of wicked intentions. You know, they're trying to finish each other. You know, and it's just beautiful to watch. I'd say Dan the Great has a lot to prove. You know, because he's lost in his guy.
Don't grab the fence.
And we hear the instructions now for the Nigerians corner, from the Nigerians corner in Iwuoha. Of course, he's from Edo State. He has an amazing pedigree in wrestling and kickboxing, and we've seen those kicks. It shows. We've seen those kicks come in, and they are literally right now. You look into the monitors, look to the screens, they are literally right in front of us. Hugo.
It's the jiu-jitsu, because wrestling, I mean, I don't think they prepare much for fighting on their back or off their back. I mean, once you pin a wrestler, but he's watch out for the rear naked choke. Good recovery, but he gets across for his troubles.
2 minutes into the second round between these two fighters, and lovely exchange.
3 crosses in a row from Sankara.
When they go into those exchanges, it is a beauty to behold. A lovely knee from Sankara, and that has wobbled. Iwuoha is in trouble. He needs to survive.
He's in trouble. He needs to weather this storm. He needs to get in a clinch.
Oh my God! He needs to survive. Can Sankara finish the job? Iwuoha is in trouble, but he's bouncing back though.
Oh boy. The crowd is highly invested in this one. Oh, man.
This is the African Championship. Iwuoha is in trouble. But does Sankara have what it takes to finish the job, though?
Well, we're about to find out. He came pretty close. He came pretty close.
Ready?
Iwuoha seems to be on shaky legs, though.
He is.
Iwuoha is on shaky legs.
Sankara, those knees are just...
Oh my God, Sankara is seeing the target practice. Iwuoha is in trouble though.
Those knees are causing all kinds of problems, and he's trying to take the back again. Oh boy, what a beautiful takedown.
Iwuoha needs to recover. He's still dazed though. Iwuoha is still dazed. He needs to recover.
It's all over him. You know, that was just chain wrestling right there from Sankara. Went on like he was going for the back, couldn't get it, changed level, got the trip. Now he's in the half guard, but landing those elbows, you know. And this is causing, it's going to cause this. I don't know how these guys are not getting caught.
It's amazing, isn't it? It is amazing how they're not getting caught. But that's why we have the best of the best. Less than 15 seconds to go. To be honest, Iwuoha has not recovered. He seems to be in trouble as Sankara is grounding and pounding. Less than 10 seconds to go. Is it going to be over? Iwuoha has to show something. Can he do it? It's not over. It's all over. Sankara has done it.
Oh, in the last 10 seconds. In the
last 10 seconds.
Oh.
That knee to the face got Iwuoha and he never recovered.
I don't see, not only the one to the face, man. He was landing those knees on the body, was landing them everywhere. You know, he found his range. And the best way to defend knees is a deep push kick, or you have to frame. And Dan just had his hands up and he was just a target waiting to be shot at, you know.
Very sad for the
very
Nigerian.
disappointed.
He seems very gutted. But he just had less than 10 seconds to just wait the stamp, didn't he?
Well, to be honest, by the end of the first round, it didn't seem like he had the answers, and it wasn't today he was going to find those answers.
I think you were right, though. We were amazed at how fighters didn't have a cut, but I think it's a slight cut.
Swelling.
Yeah, there we go. Slight cut to the right eyebrow of the Sankara artist in Abdulrahim Sankara.
Very good fight.
Very good fight indeed. We'll take a look now at the man who is the victim in Sankara. I guess it was repeat. Double victory.
2-0.
Over the man. It comes over to our own end. But look at this fight. This was a lovely and exciting fight between both guys. They were willing to go. They let both hands go.
Dogs. And that's what we want to see, man. That's what we came here for. And it was the type of fight that the crowd would be more used to. You know, they want to see a striking battle, and this was a good. So
this was downright that alley, downright that street.
It was
where you had two fighters scoring. Remarkable. Whoa, and that again, that left hook.
Yeah, he kept on landing
double.
that left cross. You know?
Oh my goodness.
He found the range for that, and then the knees too. He landed a few of those. Oh, a good head kick, just grazed the face.
I know we said it. The exchanges. Look at that. That was it. That right there.
He got his timing.
Timing right there.
Timing would always beat speed.
Lovely kick to the jaw, and it was pretty much even Steven. It was over at that point. And even though there was a bit of a break for both fighters.
Oh, good knee there from Dan.
Yeah, that was.
But the second knee, the groin, and then once Sankara found the range for his own knees.
Ooh, look at that. But you see, Iwuoha kept walking to his left hands, though. He just kept walking. You put your chin out in the air, you get knocked out. It's a simple term in boxing. I
mean,
look at that.
It's combos. It's the combos. You know, Sankara is throwing more than one. You know,
setting up the fight, setting up the punch.
He's throwing
and
more.
There it was. That knee was he never recovered. That knee was the killing blow. Look at that. Boom. That was it. Right there.
Kept on setting those knees up. It was just. I mean, that's why they call him the Sankarist. He kept it artistic as hell, and kudos to Sankara. Beautiful fight, and we'll be heading ringside shortly for the official decisions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner after 4 minutes 59 seconds of the second round. And here's your winner by TKO, Abdul Sankara.
Sankara. Sankara, right this way. Right this way. All right. Now, Sankara, congratulations. This is the second time you have defeated him, but we noticed that you were willing to exchange in the pocket. Why were you so brave with your strategy to go right there and trade with your opponent today?
Mes félicitations, Monsieur Sankara. Nous avons vu pour la première fois que lorsque vous étiez dans le combat, vous avez opté pour de nouvelles stratégies, vous avez mis de nouvelles stratégies en place pour vaincre ce combat. Alors, comment est-ce que vous vous êtes préparé? Allez-y.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody. Et vraiment, je suis très très content pour la victoire et pour la présence de tout le monde ici. Et pour ce combat-là, vraiment, je me suis préparé dur. Et je savais que je pouvais le faire et je savais que j'allais le faire. Parce que la réelle motivation, c'est la ceinture. Et je ne voyais pas un gars que j'avais déjà battu venir me battre encore. Et mon défi pour ce combat-là, c'était de le finir et non d'aller au point. Parce que premièrement, j'étais allé au point et même si j'étais content de la victoire, c'est pas comme cette fois-ci. Je me suis entraîné dur et je me suis dit, Sankara doit être méchant dans la cage. Et d'habitude, je suis beaucoup stratégique. Je combats beaucoup avec réserve pour pouvoir gagner légèrement sans me blesser. Mais cette fois-ci, j'ai décidé d'aller à fond, de tout donner. Et je m'en foutais du risque, je m'en foutais de ce que j'allais prendre comme patate. Et voici les résultats. Sankara est blessé, il est blessé, mais il a gagné le fight par KO. Merci beaucoup à tout le monde.
All right. So I've been preparing. I know I've been watching my opponents. I understood the strategies. All I had in mind when I was inside the ring is the belt. The belt is the main thing I came here for. Yet I'm wounded, but I'm the winner. I come out as the winner of this ring, of this battle. So this is the main important thing. I've been facing challenges up and down, but yeah, today is I'm the winner. Yeah.
Now, final words to everyone in the division, and he says he wants ambitions for the belt and for the title. Does he have anybody in mind he wants to call out as he wants to be the champion here in the African Knockout Championship?
Ok, Monsieur Sankara, est-ce que vous avez quelqu'un à l'esprit que vous souhaiteriez combattre pour le prochain tour, pour la finale?
Si je voudrais appeler quelqu'un que je veux combattre, c'est ce gars-là même, ce champion. Et vraiment, j'ai du grand respect pour lui parce que c'est un guerrier. Il est super coriace, il est waouh, il est impressionnant. Et je sais qu'il est ici. Et je lui ai même parlé avant de venir ici. Et il s'appelle, his name is JIBRIN Baba. Bro, I want you for the next fight. And I want you for the belt. I know that you are a good fighter. You are strong. You are all you are. But Sankara is here. And Sankara is more strong than you think. And I will show you for the next fight. Sorry for you if my English is bad. But I'm trying. Thank you everybody. Merci à tout le monde. Et on est ensemble.
Make some noise once again for your winner, Abdulrazak, the Sank artist, Sankara.
That was a bold call out from Abdul Sankara. He's still a bit upset about that loss to Iwuoha Baba, and Iwuoha Baba stands at the top right now. He's the man to catch in the lightweight division, and Sankara has called him out.
Very bold of him, though.
Oh, he wants
Very
the
bold
belt.
of him.
He does. And we can see the stats here. Both men throwing a lot of strikes, and both men landing a lot.
But his strike selection seemed to favor Abdulrazak Sankara, because you can see for the elbows, Iwuoha had 0 thrown throughout the fight, while we had 5 to 6 for Abdulrazak Sankara. So the strike selections, even in submissions, favored the Burkina Faso man.
Well, Dan, I didn't even know Dan the Great landed those many knees, but then he did seem to land a lot of knees in the clinch. But
it was a knee that made all the difference. That amazing
Sankara's knee
that dazed Iwuoha, and he never recovered.
Never recovered from that. And that's the second fight we've seen knees cause this type of problem.
All right, it has been an amazing time so far. We have the final block for you, which also has our main event, but our main event has an amazing twist. We have a musical face-off. All this and more right here live on the African Knockout Championship right after these messages.
Everyone else should wait because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
All right, welcome back to the African Knockout Championship 9. The final awaits is the tagline. We have had a fantastic time so far, and it's only going to get even better. Victor Godfrey in the company of Hugo. But before we talk about the tantalizing final stretch of the show, we have something special courtesy of our very own Emmanuel. So over to you, Emmanuel, for this amazing announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use this opportunity to say a few words of support to the AKO president, the first African-born world champion, and one of the greatest of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Kamaru, the Nigerian nightmare, Usman! Ladies and gentlemen, our president is making his return. The comeback fight tomorrow, June 14, live at Atlanta, United States. Kamaru, this is to victory!
There you have it, the Nigerian nightmare. Kamaru Usman, one of the greatest, if not the greatest combatants in the history of mixed martial arts. He is back in action, and obviously, I don't know about you, Hugo, but I got the memo. Green and white, supporting Kamaru Usman. But again, we do hope that he gets a victory because it is long overdue. And Kamaru Usman, from all of us here on AKO, we are wishing you nothing but the best, and we know you are going to make it happen tomorrow. Right? Smash. Okay, now let's get back to business. A quick look at the final row of fights that we have for you on the card. It is the final 3. We, of course, with the main event and the co-feature. So let's take it away and let's talk about it. Now, we do have Kudzete taking on Mukisi. Kudzete, of course, all the way from Togo, taking on a man from Angola. It is going to be explosive. It's going to be back-to-back action. Then, of course, you have Mano against Muzaan. Israel Mano from Burkina Faso taking on Muzaan, who needs a bounce back because his last time out was a devastating loss.
Oh, boy.
And, of course, the big one, Nworie, against the Dos Santos, the Black Panther.
That's the semi-final.
Semi-final. Whoever wins this has a chance to fight for the first ever belts and title here on the African Knockout Championship. Is going to be amazing. And look now at this once again. Fred Kudzete from Togo taking on Andre Mukisi from Angola in the featherweight. It's going to be big.
You see that's a sleeper of a fight.
It is.
It is. And then in the light heavyweight division, Israel Mano versus Richard Muzaan. Both guys coming off a loss in their last fight.
And they will need to fight back in the light heavyweight division. Of course, you don't have action in the lightweight division. The main event with a special feature, a special side attraction, a musical face-up that will feature two remarkable artists. We will reveal in time. If you've watched the marketing, you know who I'm talking about. It is Nworie from Nigeria taking on the Black Panther in Jean Dos Santos. Now, it's time for us to go over to the tail of the tape for our next fight, the seventh fight, which is Fred Kudzete taking on Andre Mukisi. Hugo, tail of the tape, your thoughts on this. 31 years of age for Fred, 27 for Mukisi. But you see the height advantage for the Togolese. He is taller. However, he also has the reach advantage over the Angolan.
Well, both guys in their last fights were pretty impressive. Last time I saw Kudzete Fred fight, it was his debut fight, and it was against Jackie Layana. And like I said, it's not about if you win or lose, it's about showing you deserve to be here. And I tell you what, the kid has the right skill set. Now, Andre Mukisi, on the other hand, he came up short against Faout Youssef, who everybody thought was going to be the champion. So that's the level Mukisi is at. He's a really good fighter, and he comes with the violence.
All right, it is time for us, without any further ado, to head over to the cage where we have Emmanuel standing by for this next stretch of the African Knockout Championship. It is the man from Togo in Fred Kudzete taking on the Angolan in Andre Mukisi.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome, making his entrance, Fred Kudzete.
Division. Well, we have seen that these featherweights pack a punch. They pack a wallop. Anything can happen. Let me get your thoughts on this.
Well, you can always tell a fighter's level. You know what? Like juggling the ball to a footballer is like shadow boxing to a fighter.
Yeah.
The technique of Kudzete Fred is pretty sharp.
Yep.
And I can tell you, he's one of Coach Henry's boys as well, so I expect nothing less, man. He's well prepared. He's good. Let's just see if he has the right game plan and if he can execute it properly against Mukisi.
All right. That's the man right there. Mukisi looking poised, looking ready from Togo. Can he make an impression here in the African Knockout Championship? That is the question we have to ask, and hopefully he can answer. He seems very measured,
very
relaxed.
relaxed.
Relaxed, I should say. And he seems to be in tremendous shape as well. He looks like a specimen, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. You know, I don't mean to brag, but you know us, lightweights, bantamweights, featherweights, we have the best bodies, man. We have the best looking bodies in the division.
Listen, the fact that I am middleweights doesn't mean you don't have to say that. That was unnecessary there.
Oh,
you didn't have to say that.
It was not an attack. I mean, he does look in pretty good shape, but he should be.
He is. He's getting ready for action as he's making his way to the ring. It's taking quite a while, to be honest. The inspection, that is. But it is to be sure that there is no question marks as he's getting a feel of the cage right now. It's all about glory here in the African Knockout Championship as we have Fred Kudzete making his way into the African Knockout Championship cage and is fighting from the blue corner.
Let me point something out. You know, everybody, all the fights so far, all up onto the last one, everybody that has fought in the blue corner has lost.
You know what? That is a remarkable record.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You were keeping score.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Andre Mukisi.
Now, this is the man from Angola. And you were able to read a lot from shadow boxing the last time out when Fred Kudzete made his entrance. There's no shadow boxing here. How and what do you make of this then?
I'm just getting final level boss aura.
Hey, be careful. There is a final boss in pro wrestling.
Oh, yeah?
You don't want to get him on, but he looks very confident.
He walked in here like a villain, boy.
Like he owns the arena, doesn't he?
To be honest, I love watching Mukisi. Every time I watch him fight, it's an exciting fight. You know, he's a very violent man, he is. And the only thing I'm a bit upset about, and he said it was because he changed coaches. He doesn't have the colored hair or colored hair on the legs. Yeah, remember he used to have the bleach blonde hair.
Yeah,
and
yes.
he
But I mean, apart from, we all know that is a trait for Caucasians who can be bleached. Africans, we don't have much of a bleach hair, you know. We're not blonde. We're black. And black don't crack.
Yeah.
Even light skin too. The light skin blacks don't crack. Because you say I'm not black, I'm light skin, but I'm also black. Anyway, besides the point, let's get back to this one. Hugo, you brought this up. This was all you. You brought this up. All right, let's go over to this one. He does look like he's in amazing shape in Andre Mukisi as well. He's the featherweight division, and he has impressive tattoos on his chest and body, and they are all telling a unique story.
That's fighters for you. Most
yeah,
fighters.
You also are a freaking, canvas. Your body has amazing, artwork, I should be honest. I saw it's quite impressive, to be honest.
Thank you very much.
But we don't want to see you shirtless on commentary duties.
Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you.
Now we have Andre Mukisi making his way to the red corner. And we are ready to go.
He looks in tremendous shape as well.
He does.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 rounds of action, 5 minutes each in the AKO Championship Featherweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a kickboxer and MMA fighter with a professional MMA record of 2 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Lome, Togo, Fred Iron Beast Kudzete. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a jiu-jitsu fighter with a professional MMA record of 1 win and 3 losses. Fighting out of Luanda, Angola, Andre Hamabranca Mukisi.
Okay.
Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Judah.
Now, Hugo, we've just seen that. I mean, we've seen a breathtaking first 6 fights so far, non-stop action. I don't know if we can take another round of high-paced action, but it feels like we're going to have another high-octane performance with these 2 fights. As we're ready to go, it is the first round, 7 fights in the featherweight division. From the blue corner is Fred Kudzete, all the way from Lome, Togo. His nickname is the Iron Beast. He has a wonderful kickboxing record as well as Muay Thai. And you can see from his stance, he looks ready. He's fighting from the blue corner and has white trunks. Then from the red corner is Andre Mukisi from Angola, Luanda. They call him the Ama Branca. And he is having a wonderful record of jiu-jitsu. His record in MMA hasn't been so impressive lately, but he can make a difference. The crowd groans in that action, but let me get your thoughts on what you can see. So for they are both still taking their time to read and feel each other out.
That was a bit disrespectful, but I can understand where it was coming from. Mukisi tried to land a few leg kicks. Kudzete was very wise to it, so he just sent that tip straight to his jaw. Kudzete was wise to it, but he needs to be careful, man. Mukisi is throwing those kicks to the head without any thick or warning whatsoever.
Wow. That was echoing around the arena. That kick from Andre Mukisi to the midriff of Kudzete echoed around the arena. We all heard it.
Kudzete seems like a very, very patient, type of fighter. You know, he's taking his time. Doesn't seem phased, but that was a very, very heavy kick to the body.
It sounded like the crack of a whip.
It did.
And that's a beautiful sound if you're into mixed martial arts. That's lovely.
That's what you know, like the clean.
Yeah. Don't mind my very human sound effects.
I wondered why Mukisi looked familiar. He's fighting from Southpaw.
There we go. Yeah. Now you mentioned the jinx of the blue corner, and I didn't even notice that record. Lovely right cross across there by Kudzete. You think it will be broken in this fight?
You know, who knows? It's weird that has happened already. You know, out of 9 fights, 6 from 1.
You mentioned it. I didn't even notice it.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, but so far Mukisi looks like the one with
those lovely high kicks are pretty impressive. They're beautiful to behold.
And Kudzete is blocking those with one hand. He needs to get careful.
He has to be careful there.
You could get rocked, or you could lose the hand. The shin bone against your hand might break it.
But you know, we've noticed setting traps is important, because if I'm Andre Mukisi, as much as I'm having those high kicks, we want to set a few of traps. So you know, Kudzete lets his guard down, and before you know it, boom, you have a knockout, strike.
He's throwing so many things. You know? Like I'm trying to watch this off the monitor, you know, because the amount of ticks I'm seeing of both fighters, you know.
You can clearly see that Muay Thai movement there from Kudzete in white trunks, fighting for the blue corner. And obviously, like you said, the feints are just everywhere.
And
Mukisi has to be very wary, because you're not too sure what's coming your way.
You have to be very, very, very focused. Your focus right now has to be laser sharp, because there's so many feints. He's feinted the jab, he's feinted the rear kick, and I think he's trying to set up an overhand.
Whoa! But he still has to set his range. I feel Kudzete hasn't set that range just yet. He has to have a few filler jabs out there to get that range right for his strikes.
And the timing too.
You can clearly hear the coaches from the blue corner for Kudzete shouting out instructions. But the guys from Angola seem to be a bit, I wouldn't say calm, but they are not as vocal. They are pretty vocal, but not that loud.
The crowd is getting restless now, and they're screaming for action. But
less than a minute to go.
I know exactly what is going on in there and why both guys are being tentative, because you're going to walk into something very dangerous if you lose. See what I'm saying? If you get impatient, these boys are trying to set up that last shot. So you have to have your focus about you. Don't play to the crowd. Don't play to the crowd. It's just you in there in that cage. Do not play to the crowd.
But what's amazing about this is that there has been 0 attempts for a takedown. Have you noticed that?
Oh, yeah.
For the first time in our coverage today, 0 attempts for a takedown. So these two fighters are more than comfortable and happy to trade blows with each other right in the center of that cage.
Yeah. At least for now.
At least for now. Less than 10 seconds to go. Okay.
More urgency there. Very good pullback from Kudzete.
Oh, and he attacks the kick. And it's all. Wow. And a handshake of approval for both fighters to say, I saw what you did there. I know what you were trying to do there. Amazing. Amazing display of technical ability when it comes to striking and feints.
That was a good
one. It was amazing textbook display of that.
Yeah. I can see both fighters. They're not being tentative, bro. That's not what's going on.
No, I agree with you.
That's not what's going on. These guys know and they can see the danger, and they're just being laser focused and waiting. But every strike is being thrown with vicious intent. Everything is supposed to finish.
It is supposed to finish, but we can clearly see. You mentioned Kudzete's feints. They are impressive to watch, and the awareness. Look at that. The pullbacks, the counters. It's amazing. Reading the strikes. We can clearly see here that it was a masterclass. 0 takedowns, but a masterclass in kicks, punches, and that was all. We just had kicks and punches. That was all.
I mean, and like the striking ratio, the accuracy is not half bad, you know. 30 strikes thrown, 10 landed, you know, with 38 strikes thrown, 14 landed.
Ready.
So yeah, they are pretty accurate, you know.
Ready.
Quality over quantity as far as I'm concerned.
We're ready for the second round of action in the featherweight division. The 7th fight here in the African Knockout Championship, where we have Fred Kudzete from Togo in the blue corner, in the white trunks, taking on Andre Mukisi in the red corner, black trunks, fighting from Angola. The beautiful thing about Mukisi is that he's actually wearing the national colors of his country as his trunks, red and black.
Oh, that was a good check.
It was a good
I
check.
think that hurt Mukisi.
It got his attention, yes.
Definitely got his attention.
That Mukisi is trying to, you know, use a very wonderful form of attack where he's bringing down that. Whoa!
I mean,
this is amazing, Hugo. I mean,
Mukisi needs to be careful with where he keeps his chin when he's pulling back. You know, he pulls back and his chin is all the way out there up in the air. You know, if he gets tagged, it might be a very, very, very dangerous.
It may be very dangerous indeed for the Angolan as the Togolese Kudzete. I think this is the round where we'll see success, because I can see that Mukisi is now fighting on the back foot, and Kudzete. Oh wow! I spoke so soon. I apologize. And we have the first takedown. Is that no? Not a full takedown. Attempted takedown by Mukisi, and he is being aggressive. Can we both be honest with our assessment that these two fighters are in tremendous physical shape?
I think Mukisi can smell his path to victory, and he thinks it's the grappling, because the first takedown, he didn't get it. Attempted a second one, he's definitely going to go for a third now. Maybe a suicide trip, a suplex, or he'll just pull him down. Kudzete is doing the right thing of trying to walk his hips away from him, and he's fighting the hands. But now he's doing the wrong thing.
Oh, what a lovely takedown.
And he got taken down.
You said it yourself. You said it. You was doing the wrong thing indeed, and that happened. The elbows are coming in now. Oh my, Kudzete has to be careful. Kudzete has to be careful now.
Okay. That was an attempt at the butterfly sweep. Kudzete Fred definitely knows one or two things about jiu-jitsu.
He does.
But right now, Mukisi is just getting to the positions before him. And he should be careful, because his back is exposed, and whenever you can see the back, you can take the back.
Lovely there for both fighters. But I feel that Andre Mukisi has just shown a different dimension to his arsenal, because as good as he is in striking, he is showcasing his grappling and wrestling skills.
He's definitely opened a different page in the book. And like I said, vocabulary, you know, he's testing the vocabulary skills of, or testing Kudzete Fred's vocabulary. How well can you speak this language?
Well, we'll find out. And like you said, saying good morning, how are you, my name is XYZ doesn't mean a language.
No, it does not.
What I love about our referee in Joda is he's experienced, and he knows what to do in this situation. If we have a bit of a law, it's like one of the reasons why we've had exciting fights, like, you know, guys, break it up and get back into it again. But he's active. But again, Andre Mukisi, to be honest, he has been more impressive in the second round, and Kudzete has to do something in the first round, because I couldn't separate them in the first round. I don't know how they're going to judge that first round. I don't hate the judge. I don't envy them. But they did the separation.
First round was definitely very close. But this round started off close, but with this takedown and ground control, give it to Mukisi. Although he doesn't seem like he's going for a submission attempt. There you go, some ground and pound. He needs to get some strikes going, get some damage in. He should be careful too, because it seems like Kudzete is working for a triangle.
Less than 45 seconds to go in the second round, and Andre Mukisi again in a position of dominance over Kudzete, who, I mean, explain to us what's going on here, because he's trying to counter Mukisi.
Mukisi had a dominant side control, and he was working for the mount.
He has got the mount.
Yeah, and now he's gotten the mount.
Oh, wow.
Kudzete is trying to turn into him.
And he has reversed it.
He has.
He has reversed it. What amazing display from both fighters. Less than 5 seconds to go. Listen, I have to be honest with you, it has been impressive to watch. Both fighters are true warriors, and this is the highest caliber you can ask for in the African Knockout Championship. Very impressive. The entire arena in applause for what we just witnessed. Your thoughts on this, Hugo?
It's been a good back and forth.
It
Good back and forth between both fighters. Nice reversal towards the end of the round there from Kudzete Fred, letting us know he's still very much in the fight, and he is still fighting, and he will not be drowned. Good game plan change there from Mukisi. You have to be adaptable, and that was a good show of dynamism from him, you know. The striking, they seemed pretty much on the same level, and they were cancelling each other out. I think it was perfect thing, good timing for Mukisi to try and change the dynamic in the fight, see what it's like on the ground. And I think he just edged that round with his ground game.
Yes, I feel so. We'll take a look now at the stats to give a clearer picture of the second round, and with the submissions, no submission obviously. I was talking about the takedowns that went to Andre Mukisi. He was more successful, and he showed a different dimension to his arsenal, as Fred Kudzete needs to have a better showing in the third and
final round. I don't know how this will go, you know. If Kudzete wins this round, then I wouldn't want to be a judge, you know. Because I mean, like, it's such
how would you score the fight, right?
Yeah, because I don't know how I'd score the first round. Second round is definitely Mukisi's.
All right, let's go down to the third and final round here in the African Knockout Championship fight between Fred Kudzete in the blue corner in white trunks, taking on Andre Mukisi in the red corner in black trunks. This is in the featherweight division. And I think Mukisi not favoring the striking game. Is going down and is trying to tackle the Togolese. Lovely underhook right there.
Very good takedown defense so far from Kudzete.
I mean,
he's not having
impressive. Both of them have been impressive. But he has to be careful, because if you guys noticing a trend, once he goes for a strike, he goes for the takedowns.
I see a deep breath there from Mukisi.
From Mukisi, he's beginning to feel it. It's breathing through his mouth. His mouth is open now. Look at that. He's taking deep breaths. He looks like he is running out of steam. As for Kudzete, he looks fresh. Look at him. Look at him.
I mean, it's a bit deceptive. I don't know if Mukisi is playing mind games, because from the way he's breathing, he looks tired. Yeah, but like from his footwork, he seems focused. Yeah, he seems very alert.
But I think he is. Mukisi seems to be breathing heavily now. That is not good. And I think that Kudzete, like you said, has to be calm. Don't play too calm. Be calm. Oh my God. Mukisi is out. He's playing pressure.
He's waiting. His eyes are wide open. Boom. You know, he's looking for that overhand, you know, or that head kick again.
Kudzete has to be careful now.
Yeah, he really does.
But
although
sure?
the speed,
I feel Mukisi is out. He's down and out, to be honest.
I would invest in some leg kicks if I was Kudzete Fred. I would light up his leg, that lead leg. Whoop, whoop.
Whoa! Beautiful defense there by Kudzete.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay.
He has to be careful now.
I told you Mukisi playing possum. Or maybe he just got the second gust to win.
Was a takedown, and that gets the approval of every single individual right here now in the arena. This has been an incredible fight. I thought we were going to have a bit of a break, but no, it's all high-octane action. Here, the African Knockout Championship. That's one of the best cards you've had in a very long time.
This fight was one of the fights I thought would be deceptively explosive.
Yeah,
it was one of those fights.
It's slipper hits. You said it.
I said this Mukisi versus Kudzete Fred fight, and I'm just happy. It hasn't disappointed.
It hasn't.
You can't get his hands together. He's trying to get his hands together and secure this takedown. And I think
but I think for Mukisi, this is good for him.
Another takedown.
Oh, we have the bloody nose of Kudzete. All right. He has the applause of the fans as the entire arena has erupted in Mukisi chants as he is right now.
Oh boy.
Ready to go. Look at the smile on your face, Hugo.
Oh my days.
Contain your excitement.
I thought he was finished. You know, we were here saying, yeah, I thought he was playing possum. And now Kudzete Fred is looking like the worst for wear, you know. To be honest, I think Mukisi is stalling, but he's stalling in the best possible way, you know. He's just active enough to keep the ref from standing him up.
Kudzete is out of ideas and have less than 40 seconds to go in this final round. I think Kudzete is out of ideas. It seems like he's also out of it.
Oh, he got the underhooks in, and now he's got Mukisi off it. But Mukisi is still dangerous. He's still always dangerous, even with all the body language, looking gassed and tired and cornered by the fence. This is fighting spirit. This is the heart of a warrior. Both men have left it out, all out here.
Less than 10 seconds to go. Both guys are exchanging. One from Mukisi.
Oh, what a fight. What a fight. Rapid fire. What a fight.
Mukisi is down and out. He wasn't made for
yeah.
He wasn't made for some.
Oh my gosh.
They put it out on the line. Oh my God. What a fight.
What a fight. What a fight, man. This is what we came here for, man. We came here for this type of action. All out explosive.
This has been impressive.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, both men left it all out there. They left it all out there. Such a good fight.
Well, I think Mukisi seems to have been injured. Maybe he twisted his knee and or ankle because he's limping.
Yeah.
And
to be honest, I think I noticed when that happened, it was with a leg kick, you know, and I think it was one that Mukisi actually threw himself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And that's not about me special as you can throw a kick and then break your leg.
Yeah, you need to know where you're landing these kicks, you know? So I'm guessing that might have landed on the shin or something.
All right. While we are waiting for the judge's decision, both fighters gave a good account of themselves, Hugo. But who do you feel won this one from your eye test? Because you say you don't want to be the judge to score this fight.
I think Mukisi.
You think so?
I think so. He doesn't look the fresher of both fighters. Yeah, he's got the limp on, the bloody nose. Yeah, but I think he left it all out there. Both fighters did, but I think Mukisi just edged it, especially with the takedowns and the control time on the ground.
Obviously seeing the last action between these two fighters as they kept on going and going and going and going. Lovely takedown by Mukisi, but again, you have to be impressed by both the tenacity and warrior spirit, as you called it, from Kudzete of Togo.
Both men are definitely warriors.
It was an impressive one, and it's time for us to get the results.
I think, what a good fight. Both men definitely left it all out there. I'm not a judge, so let's head ringside to Emmanuel for the official decisions.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we have a winner by unanimous decision. Andre Amabranca Mukisi!
Mukisi, right this way. Right this way. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise one more time for Andre Mukisi. Now, Mukisi, if I can get you, I know this was a very tough battle for you. And Mukisi.
Não era ele. O meu adversário que eu estou a procurar está aqui.
It was not him. Is this one the one that I want?
Okay, well, we'll get to that in a minute. Tell him we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, não é ele. O que eu estou a procurar está aqui ele. Vai me fugir, mas a hora dele vai.
Run away from me. He's going to run away from me.
Well, I love you calling him out, Bob. Let me just ask you, this was a war of attrition. You had to dig in deep. You are limping. Were there moments where you felt like giving up? Because especially in the third round, you were breathing heavily until the crowd was chanting your name, Andre Mukisi.
Em algum momento sentiste a vontade de desistir, mas o público estava a chamar por ti. Como é que foi isso?
Já viste o leão a ser atacado na própria jaula? Nunca. Pantera não mata leão. Ah!
Have you guys ever seen the lion being attacked in the cage? Never. The panther never kills the lion.
Well, you have just made a bold statement with who you are calling out. I asked him, is he ready for the next challenge in the African Knockout Championship?
Estás pronto para o próximo desafio na liga?
Mas não nasci pronto. 9 meses na barriga da minha mãe. Eu preparei muito. Vou matar ele. Ele vai lutar comigo de uma forma Chimaev. Prepara a força.
I was born ready. 9 months in my mother belly. He has to be ready. I'm going to fight like Kamza Chimaev.
Okay. Big ambitions for Andre Mukisi. Make some noise one more time for your winner, Andre Mukisi.
Quero agradecer a todos os angolanos pela força, aos meus fãs, aos meus amigos, o meu filho Daniel, papá ganhou. E quero agradecer a ser Angola Top Team, mestre Rui. Obrigado pela força. Obrigado, povo nigeriano. Obrigado a todos vocês. I love you.
Thank you, Nigeria. Thank you, Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again.
The average person will hear no more times than yes throughout their lifetime. You can't move that fast. But what if you said no to all those no's? What if you decided you can do that fast? And that everyone else should wait because it's your turn now? What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
Welcome to our world where every moment becomes an experience. Discover the hottest trends, must-watch movies, tours, and exclusive access to the best spots in town. Whether you're into concerts, festivals, or nightlife, What a Deal Events has you covered. For event organizers, we make hosting seamless. List your events, manage secure payments, enable QR check-ins, and streamline event management, all in one powerful platform. Join the experience, list, discover, and enjoy with What a Deal Events. What a deal. It's better with us.
Wow. Who knew that we were going to have a fantastic time like this in the African Knockout Championship? Answer to that question, Hugo? I did, because it is an amazing night so far. My name is Victor Godfrey in the company of the one and only Funk Daddy in Hugo. But we've had a fantastic time, and if you notice, I am this close to losing my voice. Let me get your thoughts. Let me put this down for you.
Oh boy, that's how excited I've been. All over the place, man. So much action. And I mean, this is what we expect from the African Knockout Championship. Yeah. Never disappoints, never disappoints. 9 fights, we always get submissions, knockouts. Controversy, there's always something popping.
Talking about the fights, let's take a look now at the last fights that we just saw. A battle of attrition from both fighters. They went at it. It was between Kudzete from Togo Lome and Andre Mukisi from Angola. And Hugo, run us through this again, because it was a masterclass of striking, tenacity, and endurance from both fighters.
Man, Mukisi is a kicker, isn't he? Yeah, you know, he found a lot of success with his kicks, leg kicks, head kicks. Kudzete Fred, such a dog himself, always dangerous. Both men always going forward. It was such a good fight, you know, it was such a good fight.
And of course, the bold post-fight reaction of Andre Mukisi calling out fighters in the featherweight division. Listen, Hugo, I need a bodyguard at this point, because these fighters are looking at me like I am the opponent. I am not the one.
You have to get used to it, Victor. You have to get used to it. You know, when you're up close and personal with these guys.
My goodness.
Now you know what their mindset is and where they are at, you know, mentally, you know. These are dangerous guys, you know.
They are dangerous indeed. You just saw moments ago a flash of our social media handles: X, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, all at the AKA show. All at the AKO show. Or better still, go to our website, which is, of course, www.ako.com. Now, as you can see on your screen, the last fight was so exhilarating, so exciting. There has never been a dull moment throughout the entire fight card tonight.
Oh, boy. That made the crowd go wild, you know. And this was, when we thought Mukisi was done, we thought he had nothing left in the gas tank. He was looking tired. It was looking like he needed to be put out of his misery. And then he pulled off such a spectacular takedown, you know. So, credit to Mukisi, big ups to him. You know, he showed everything that is needed in a fighter: skills, tenacity, obviously fighting spirit.
Towards the end of the fight, you can see he was obviously tired, but he had to fight his hardest to try and get the victory. Now let's go on to the co-feature. This now features a man who has a bright future here in the African Knockout Championship. Can he bounce back from a devastating loss last time out here? It is the light heavyweight division, and we're taking a look at Israel Mano and Richard Muzaan. Both of them need to bounce back from a loss. They are heavy hitting, but we'll take a look now at the tail of the tape in Hugo. The age obviously favors the younger man, the younger lion from Rivers State, Nigeria, in Richard Muzaan. But that means the experience will be with Israel Mano from Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso. The height, not so much in terms of difference, very similar in weight as well. But the reach favors the Burkina Faso man over the Nigerian. How can we expect another explosive fight tonight?
And you know, both men are predominantly kickboxers, so we're going to expect a lot of striking. Muzaan favors his long-range weapons so much. You know, he has a very good tip. He's very dangerous with the knees. He throws his punches in bunches. You know, Mano, on the other hand, very big gas tank, very durable. He hasn't been put out. He hasn't been submitted. So
you want to make a bold prediction that this wouldn't go the distance?
I don't think he'll go the distance.
That's yes. So now it's time for us to head over to our ring announcer in the Mano for this co-feature between Israel Mano and Richard Muzaan.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome, making his entrance, Israel Mano.
Both fighters are coming back from a loss, and it is important for the man from Burkina Faso to get the victory today. The streak continues. Fighters in the blue corner have been losing.
Yeah.
Why would you even pick up on such a streak?
I think I might have pointed that out for the betting favorite. Oh. If they didn't already notice, they should notice now.
Well, but again, can he follow in the footsteps of his countryman in Sankara and get a victory? Who knows?
Mano has had a very torrid time at the AKO Championship.
Yes, he has.
And he's such a nice guy. You know, when you meet him, he's a gentle giant. You know, approachable.
Well, nobody cares about niceness. It's not about attitude. It's about getting the job done in the cage.
Yeah, and he's always so close. You know, sometimes, you know, he's always so close, but he just hasn't been able to get that W. He hasn't been able to get those 3 points on the board.
Well,
and,
not to copy the slogan of our ticketing partners in What a Deal, but he needs to raise his W's up and get those W's.
You gotta get those W's
Let's
up.
get the W's up.
Gotta get those W's up. I'm sure there'll be a lot of pressure on him. But he's been here before, and I think that's the thing about loss, you know, and about losing it. It really builds your character and your mentality, you know. And like I said, he hasn't been knocked out. He hasn't been submitted. So yeah, he is a durable kid. Let's see how this one goes for him.
All right. Israel Mano is in the cage and he's ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his entrance, Richard Muzaan.
Muzaan is a favorite for the crowd, or to the crowd. He needs to bounce back though. Muzaan needs to desperately win. It's both fighters didn't win, but I feel Muzaan just did it a little bit more desperately than Israel Mano.
I think Muzaan, I remember his first ever fight in the AKO Championship, and I think he was the youngest fighter at the time. He had that whole Fabian Texas effect, you know?
Yeah.
When he tells you his age, you're like, no way, you're not, you know? And he's starting to live up to his potential, you know? It's time, I think it's time that we start seeing, you know, he was cruising through the division, but that loss to Isaac Molu was such a
shock.
Yeah, a shock, and it brought him back down to reality, you know? I think he needed that. He really needed that loss to bring him back down to earth, you know, and let him know that, hey, there's still a lot of work to be done, and bad things can happen when you get complacent in this game, you know. So it'll be interesting to see how he would have prepared and how that plays on his mindset tonight.
Going through the final paces of inspection as he gets ready to get into the cage as well. It is the Shield, Richard Muzaan, taking on the Blacksmith in Israel Mano.
Okay.
And we know that, like you mentioned, in mythology and in fiction, the Shield of Captain America made from vibranium, the Shield of Wonder Woman, but we also know the Blacksmith, who also
is a master with
of metal.
All metals, huh?
Wow. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the co-main event, and it's a 3 rounds of action and 5 minutes each in the AKO Championship Light Heavyweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a professional Sambo and MMA fighter with a professional MMA record of 1 win and 5 losses. Fighting out of Togo, Burkina Faso, Israel Blacksmith Mano. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is a kickboxer and an MMA fighter with a professional MMA record of 4 wins and 3 losses and 1 draw. Fighting out of Rivers State, Nigeria, Richard the Shield Muzaan. Our referee at the center of the ring is Michael Vracha.
Okay, gentlemen, co-main event, you both know the rules. Protect yourself at any time. Listen to my commands. When I say stop, you stop. Shake hand if you like. Okay.
Wow. Wow. didn't shake hands.
You stay there.
Michael
Stay on the
Watcher,
logo.
the referee, giving
Stay on
instructions.
the logo.
He says shake hands if you like, and they didn't shake their hands.
You ready?
This
You ready?
is the co-feature
Are you ready?
as we
You
have
ready?
Israel
Let's go.
Mano taking on Richard Muzaan. Oh, what an explosive start.
Oh boy, Muzaan. Muzaan with the tips, clinching straight to the knees. He needs to be careful or he'll run into something, you know. Oh my gosh.
Okay, now we can catch our breath. What an explosive start from Richard Muzaan. And the big boys are going at it.
Oh my gosh. Look, the sounds, boy, the whole
is flooded.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Mano in trouble, it seems. Mano in trouble, it seems.
Already so early in the fight.
Telling you, knees and elbows, he needs to frame and stop blocking, you know. Blocking is just leaving him exposed. I mean,
but I think Muzaan also needs to watch his gas tank. That's not being connected there on Mano. But Muzaan needs to also watch his gas tank so he doesn't gas out.
Perfect timing.
Okay, now I can finally introduce the fighters.
That was just 1 minute in, Victor.
That's 1 minute. Okay, fighting from the blue corner is Israel Mano in the white trunks. And in the red corner is Richard Muzaan in black trunks. Mano coming from Ouagadougou.
No fingers in the face.
Sorry, in Burkina Faso. As for Muzaan, he's from
This
River
is
State.
not a good visual at all.
For Mano.
This is not a good visual. Mano should be trying to control the hands. He should be trying to break the posture of Muzaan. And his guard should be active. He should be trying to work for an armbar, for triangles. He should be trying to get a sweep. I mean, you have him in your guard. You know, there's too many things you can be doing here than being a square, lying flat on your back.
Well, at this point in time, the square is about to be pummeled into dust as Muzaan is laying in the elbows, and I feel it's only a matter of time before the referee, he is watching intently from line up to
there's a sweep there.
Oh no, Mano doesn't want to be here. It's going to be on. Oh my God, Mano doesn't want to be here. Mano doesn't want to be here. He doesn't look, his body language looks off. I think the referee should stop this. But I think Muzaan has actually punched himself out as well.
Oh boy, there's still a lot of time to go.
Okay.
Muzaan
needs to the ribs.
He needs to look for the finish here. And Mano needs to defend himself.
Yeah, Mano is even, there's nothing coming back. Look at Mano right there. He's just pushed up. Nothing coming back.
He needs to defend himself, but the ref is going to end this.
He's going to end this fight.
You need to fight back. Come on, fight back.
He's saying that do something or
fight back.
Mano doesn't want to be here. The body language is telling him that he does. It is all over. It is all over. Richard Muzaan is back to winning ways. And Mano, look at him shaking his head in disappointment. He wasn't even up for it.
I feel like he was caught off guard. You know, and you know, Mano is such a slow starter in his last few fights, and I think that's why Muzaan was ready to punch himself out in the first 2 minutes. You know, because he knows Mano is a slow starter, and you know, he gets his rhythm maybe in the last 2 minutes of the second round. That's when he gets going. Muzaan gave him absolutely no chance to get going.
So what a fiery start from the shield in Richard Muzaan. The blacksmith was pummeled like a blacksmith.
That was a statement, you know. And I can see his coach. His coach is, I don't know who's more disappointed, Mano or his coach.
Well, I think Mano should be disappointed as well, because at the point his body language just switched. And you can say the slow starter all you want, but this is just disappointing level, to be honest.
Yeah. I was gonna say maybe he bit off more than he could chew, but I mean, Mano is not the matchmaker, is he?
No, he's not.
Yeah, I guess the man that was put in front of him was just a bit too much for him on the night.
It was indeed, as that man, Richard Muzaan, is back to winning ways, and you can see what it means to him. As we'll obviously, when it's ready, take a look at how it all happened. The explosive start from Richard Muzaan. It was just amazing. And of course, he climbs the cage to celebrate with the audience here in Lagos. And the crowd returns. Congratulations right back at him.
Well, he needed this because he's just coming off a loss, you know. So I can understand why he's getting a bit emotional.
As he should be. As it should be indeed. Wow. What a night and what a fight.
Yeah. Mano's corner, not impressed at all, not impressed.
And this was the beginning of the end for Mano.
I mean, there's a sweep here. There's a sweep here. You don't... Yeah. Oh, boy. He just got run... He got run over and run through, you know. It was... And to be honest, I think the strategy from Muzaan was pretty reckless, to be honest. He just ran in there, disregard for Mano. But I guess the game plan worked at the end of the day. And we'll be heading to the ring, we'll be heading into the cage shortly to get the official decision announcement from Emmanuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner after 2 minutes, 40 seconds of the first round. And here is your winner by TKO, Richard the Shield Muzaan!
Richard, right this way, Richard. The Shield. I have to ask a question, Lagos. Please be honest with your answer. Are you having a good time tonight? Yeah! I didn't quite hear you. I have something in my ear. Are you having a good time tonight? Yeah! All right. Now, Richard, it is amazing to see you have a wonderful victory, but I have to ask you, you started this fight with so much ferocity. Was that the game plan? Because we know Israel, Mano usually starts very slow, but you just came out right out of the traps, going for it. Was that the plan?
Well, first of all, I want to say a very big thank you to God Almighty and my Lord and personal Savior, Jesus Christ. It's not easy to get a comeback, you know, after a loss. To all my fans out there, I said I'm sorry for the last fight. You know, there was no time to express myself. And coming back now, this is a statement to the light heavyweight division. You all should know the Shield is back. And I'm coming for you all. And the game plan was to stop this guy. I've always believed I'm going to stop him. My coach was telling me I shouldn't go and rush. But the Shield, I'm not scared of anything. When I'm inside this octagon, I pour out everything inside of me. And that is it. So this was my game plan to stop Israel Mano, and I did it.
An impressive stoppage indeed, as you were able to get the victory. Now, you already called out the entire light heavyweight division, but I also have to ask, because yesterday during the press conference, the question was put to you, were you under a lot of pressure knowing that you can't have back-to-back defeats? Because you are one of the most favorite fighters for, of course, our viewers and, of course, the fans here, in the arena. But were you under a lot of pressure for this one, or were you a bit relaxed knowing that, okay, you have to stick to your game plan and get the victory today?
I was not under pressure because I know loss is part of the game. No matter how you do this sport, you can't be undefeated forever. So I know it's not easy to lose, but you can see the Shield has done it again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise one more time for your winner.
And lastly, I want to give a shout out to my bro, Jason. You've done a lot to me. I appreciate so much. To my family, to my beloved coach. I appreciate you, coach. Even after my loss, he has been the one encouraging me. He has been pushing me. He even told me backstage when we were at the hotel room, he said, Shield, I know you've lost, but what makes a champion and what makes you a man is when you go back inside that octagon and you put on the show. So thank you so much, coach. I truly appreciate your work. and to everybody out there who came out to support the Shield. I love you all. The Shield is here. No shield can protect you from this Shield. Let's go!
Make some noise once again for your winner.
Everyone else should wait because it's your turn now. What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than a no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill. The average person will hear no more times than yes throughout their lifetime. You can't move that fast. But what if you said no to all those no's? What if you decided you can go that fast and that everyone else should wait because it's your turn now? What if you decided to be fearless? Because the only thing scarier than no is a yes. Fearless. Embrace the thrill.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing evening we've had so far here in the African Knockout Championship. It has been back-to-back action non-stop from the beginning of the fight card to this very moment because it is what we've all been waiting for. It is the main event, but most importantly, the semi-finals to determine who will go into the AKO 10 and fight for the championship. This is a very big one. Of course, my name is Victor Godfrey in the company of Hugo. We just saw an amazing run of great fights from the first fight to the second penultimate fight, I should say.
Yeah, I can't believe we're here already, you know. When you're having fun, you don't notice how time flies. I'm already disappointed and upset. But hey, we still have the main event, and I mean, that's what we're here for.
It is going to be really explosive indeed. Now, this is in the lightweight division, and you have two fighters who are ready to put it out on the line. Of course, we'll take a quick look now at the tail of the tape. But before we do that, we also need to remind you that this is where it all starts. You have to be a part of this across social media and, of course, everywhere else. The tail of the tape here has Nworie from Ebonyi, Nigeria, age 27. His height is 1.6 meters, 70 kg, and of course 70.5 kg, I should say, and of course a reach of 1.60 meters. But the advantage goes to the man from Cotonou, Benin Republic. He's known as the Black Panther. He's younger. He has the height advantage. He has the reach advantage. So the Black Panther has the advantages in terms of the physical attribute, but we know it's all about the styles. Your thoughts on this? How will the style make this fight for our viewers?
This is going to be a really interesting one. You know, both of them very experienced fighters. Nworie, a very good wrestler. Don't know what he's like on his back, so I don't know what his jiu-jitsu is like. Dos Santos, on the other hand, also a very good grappler, better on his back. Doesn't really apply too much top pressure, but very good all round, you know. So we'd like to see, nice to see this clash of styles.
Now you can see across your screen right now on the social media handles, X, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, all at AKO Show. This is the main event. Now it has a wonderful and amazing twist. We have something called the musical face-off between two fast-rising and entertaining artists in Nigeria. I won't spoil it for you if you are watching for the first time. I will hand over to Mano, where he will do the introductions for our musical artists.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way, please welcome our special guest artist, Dan Deezy.
Yo. Hey, we've said we don't go shake, we don't go fuck. We've said hey, We don't go shake, we don't go fall, we don't go move. We go to shy with our bunnies, we go to cruise. With all my niggas, stay kill it, with all my views, hey. We've Zeddy, hey. People wey no get shame buying at them with the loud as fuck. Many men wey they chase this paper, but waiting at the final block. If the kele they unemployed, then me I no go eat or walk. Me I don't too grind if favor my time. I swear I go tip their clock. I go them knock you, I go them for front, I go give them war. Call police for me, police they play who goes there, call they tell me make I pass my blunts. The matter na less, connection I get over wireless. I go still they go even when tireless, cause I'm tireless. The matter na less. Waiting I need, the cash, the girls. Waiting I love, the sex, the flex. Waiting I hate, my ex, they born, oppress. Waiting I need, the cash, the girls. Waiting I love, the sex, the flex. Waiting I hate, my ex, they born, oppress. Listen, this nigga is fucking dangerous. He's dangerous. He's armed to the teeth. He got punches, he got hits, he can knock you out. His name is 𝐁𝐻𝐿. Hey, Odumodu, are you safe? That is the rotator bomb pop. Ogini Kaka, you play. Odumodu Kanego. Return back the TV. Told all my niggas to go into war. The tip I go feel and forget. That's on a national face. Everywhere, Maramadama, Lagalami, and Chinimate. Cut your color when you pull up like this. I'ma come out in teeth. Come out in mask, blow in jaw, kick out for belly, kick out for back, blow out for ear, don't let her win, go knock her mouth. The cash, the girls, I the be. The ball. We've Zeddy. This is real life. This is blood. This is sweat. This is hustle. This is PH. This is Southside. This is African knockout. What you saying? On your mark, stand.
Get this money.
I'm in the burial ceremony. And poverty is all our money. No days off. My light is on. Shining, tapping, night. I'm a door. Don't play with my percentage. This is the final warning. Me, I know they for Gidiba, my blessings. Gidiba. Oluwa Biko for cinema billionaire. Walking to become a last tight. Solina tight. One day, get to live in no be choice. Or when you can let Sonny Bobo, Sonny Keleya, I can be longer than no distraction. I'm only in for action, no subtraction in my transaction. Chineke, thank you, don't mention. I'm not down, but I'm feeling dizzy. My dear, my dear, Liverpool, new chassis. One day, let's go. Brother, knock him out. Knock him out tonight. We're knocking him out with Zeddy. Let's go. With Zeddy.
Fit in my shoes, you're the wrong size. And I wouldn't wear yours because they're so tight. But I love when they talk on my name, could have feeling approved and along feels so right. And I forever give thanks to the most high. Cause he kept me warm for these cold nights. Been through the most, you can see it in my small eyes. Trying hard to enjoy, that's the whole right. I can never go switch up on my guys, that's GD, 16, that's blood ties. Just trying to make it out of the mud. Buy a couple yards, get my diamonds flood. Must be smoking slut if you think my keys no time to the top. One more thing I forgot, I don't like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our special guest artist, King Perry.
Sure. Lagos City. Are we ready to have a good time tonight?
Yeah. Bruk is alive in the flesh, tell a man sweat, the chest of his prayer, the wolf of everywhere. Tell a man be prepared or be scared. Got him up to get in dash of a bomb buckle. Yeah.
Are you ready now?
Good dream,
yeah.
Get drunk, it's lit,
it's drunk, it's lit.
Go jama, good dream, get drunk, it's lit, Go jama,
Me, I don't go jama. Me, I don't go jama.
We do move, man, hold it steady. This one ain't no jama, dog. This one a full-time slapper. Smoke so much, we call me a rasta. Outside the team, we bang it. Let me take my dog and jam it. Spin, kick, back, max. My dog, they call me stand up, slap.
Listen. Let's welcome on stage the champion, the undisputed, the German machine, Jean de Santos.
Get drunk, it's lit. Go jama. Good drink, get drunk,
let's go.
It's slay. Go jama jama, 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 go jama jama.
In a jama juice, she won't come and do, she won't come and do, she won't do me job, she won't do me job. I don't come and do, she won't come and do, you don't come and do, she won't do me job, she won't do me job. Ah, mama yeah, uleko, body yeah, ukako. I just said the kaku, I the play pass the woo. Best in tell she no do, the money don't go. I the smoke you back cool, pretty girls I want you. I'm on my way, way. I love the way you die away. So baby do it, don't complain, don't complain. So baby do it, no more way.
You ready now?
No more way.
Go jama jama, 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 go jama jama.
Go jama, baby go jama, my boy Bella go jama, go jama, backroji go jama.
Brick is your life in the flesh, call them and say it. Just to spread the wolf of everywhere. Call them and be fair or be fair. Call them up to getting dash of a bomb cloud. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. This is 3 rounds of 5 minutes each in the AKO Championship lightweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a wrestler with a professional MMA record of 4 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Ebonyi State, Nigeria, Emmanuel Nworie. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a MMA fighter with a professional MMA record of 7 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Cotonou, Benin, then the Black Panther, Dos Santos. Our referee at the center of the ring is Michael Vracha.
Come here, come here. Come here. Come close. Guys, this is the main event. You both know the rules. Protect yourself at any time. Listen to my command. When I say stop, you stop. Touch glove if you like. Okay.
Stay there. Stay there.
Well, this is where it all matters. It is the main event of the evening, featuring.
You ready? You ready?
Mano
Let's go.
And the Black Panther, Jean Dos Santos. This is going to be interesting.
Oh, it is.
It is in the lightweight division. The semi-final, whoever wins this fight is going to AKO 10 to take on who?
JIBRIN Baba, the Black Venom. I'm sorry, I was just so
you
focused.
are lost to the source.
I was watching these guys. I can see the ticks. And I was about to say, I know Nworie doesn't like what he's seeing.
Yeah, what a lovely takedown from the fighter that he's used to doing the taking down himself in Black Panther Dos Santos. Just to say this, Emmanuel Nworie fighting from the blue corner in the white trunks, taking on the man from Benin Republic, Jean Dos Santos, in the black trunks, fighting from the red corner, known as the Black Panther. And we just seen the Black Panther being taken down in what usually is his own signature move and style of fighting.
I could see from, oh boy, he's setting up a triangle, and he's almost there. He's almost there, and if he doesn't get this triangle, he's going to switch up to the armbar. And it's pretty tight. Nworie needs to be careful because he's in danger.
He is in danger, as we can see Dos Santos is being lifted up. Nworie showing great strength and resilience, but he needs to be careful. I feel he's fading.
Yeah, Dos Santos has has the leg trapped, you know, that's why he can't pick him off the ground.
And Nworie seems to be fading. Dos Santos has it stitched in tight.
Yeah, because it's pretty tight. I mean,
it could have an early end to the proceedings.
Yeah, his foot is not right behind the knee, you know, so it's not as tight as it could be.
Oh no!
But he could be going for the armbar from here because it's pretty tight. Pretty tight. And it's still so nice and early in the round. Both men still very dry.
He's still there.
You see the ref. The ref is making sure
I can see him.
Nworie is still conscious.
You're good? Yeah, it's good.
He says he's okay.
Yes, I do.
There's a lot of it's a tense feel in the air, it's tense energy in the air right now in the atmosphere, as it seems as if Dos Santos has Nworie in a precarious position.
Very
here.
precarious. Yeah, both men look like they can sleep in this position, but I'd say I'd rather be Dos Santos here, although his legs might burn out, and that might leave him compromised later on if he can't get this. I think he's going to switch to the armbar. He's going to switch to the armbar.
Nworie, and he's going for the armbar. Can he get it though? I think Nworie wants to lift Dos Santos and smack him back down to the mat. I'm not too sure.
Stop!
Oh no!
He got the tap.
Oh no!
Dos
Santos has won the fight.
He got the tap, and just like that, the main event is over. But I tell you what, I did kind of predict this. I did tell you, Dos Santos is a menace on his back, and Nworie only really knows how to wrestle. You know, he only really knows how to wrestle, and the jiu-jitsu got him.
It is very sad if you are a Nigerian fan of Nworie, but Dos Santos has done this. He has won the fight.
Oh boy. And there goes the main event, just like that.
And you're right.
I'll tell you what, yeah.
The streak of the blue corner continues.
The streak of the blue corner, red corner has been every single fight. Hey,
that has to be a record of some
sort. We need to talk to the guys at AKO. That was just amazing.
This means that Dos Santos has qualified to the final.
He is on his way to the finals to fight for the championship.
For the championship against a Sepsis.
Oh boy. I think we need to give you guys like 30 seconds of silence to allow that to set in. Yeah. I think you guys need to understand what just happened.
What a remarkable finish to this fight. Dos Santos with a submission victory over the one and only Nworie. Remarkable. Wow. What a fight. What a night here in the African Knockout Championship. It has been remarkable all through and through.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we're just gonna head over to Emmanuel ringside for the official announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 minutes 45 seconds of the first round, we have our winner by triangle choke, Jin, the Black Panther, Dos Santos.
Okay, Jean, Jean Dos Santos, right this way. Now, what a remarkable end to the African Knockout Championship 9. The tagline is the final awaits, which means we have a very big fight on our hands. But what was unique here in the African Knockout Championship, before I go into the post-fight interview, is the fact that we had the musical face-off between two fantastic artists in King Perry and Dan, who are all here. But let me quickly get the thoughts of Jean Dos Santos, your thoughts on your performance. Did you plan to have an early finish? I know you're excited, but was this the game plan all along?
Monsieur Jean, félicitations à vous. Est-ce que le combat que vous avez mené, ce fut le combat, la stratégie que vous avez eu à l'idée, ce fut la mise en place, la démarche que vous avez mise en place pour réussir ce combat. Alors, est-ce que vous pouvez nous en dire plus?
Salut à tous. Comme vous pouvez le constater, il y a mes coachs qui étaient à mes coins. On a révisé ça même tout à l'heure. Pendant l'échauffement, on a révisé. Je l'ai vu avec mes coachs. Et pendant l'entraînement, on a travaillé sans panique. Et voilà, ça a marché tranquillement. À force de le travailler, le réviser, les bonnes techniques, on l'a étudié au combat. Voilà.
As you can see, recently we have been working on on the techniques, the strategy to fight the opponent. And as you can see, my coaches are here. They were the ones supporting me when I was inside the ring. So we all put hands together to win this fight.
Now, this is the semi-final, which means you're on your way to the final. And you know what that means. You're fighting for the championship. I can say you're nodding your head. That means you understand what I just said. But I need to know what your mindset is, if you're ready for what potentially will be your biggest challenge and fight yet here in the African Knockout Championship.
Comme vous le constatez, vous êtes à un pas. Vous avez fini la demi-finale. Maintenant, vous êtes à un pas de la finale. Alors, qui sont les personnes que vous avez à l'idée à combattre pour le prochain, c'est-à-dire pour le final? Qui sont les personnes que vous avez à l'idée, allez-y?
Normalement, je l'ai déjà, la finale, parce qu'il n'y a plus personne à battre. Là, presque tout le monde, je les ai battus tous. Et franchement, je suis là pour la ceinture. Et j'aurais bien aimé combattre. Normalement, ce combat même aurait pu être pour ma ceinture. Mais en tout cas, normalement, il n'y a plus personne à battre là. J'ai presque battu tout le monde et franchement, je veux la ceinture et la ceinture est à moi, normalement. Elle rentre au Bénin, elle doit rentrer au Bénin parce que je suis là pour le Bénin et je viens du Bénin, alors je dois ramener la ceinture au Bénin, normalement.
So as you can see, there's no one to fight again. I've fought everyone, so there's nothing. I'm only waiting for the belts. I'm only waiting to get the belt to take it back to Benin. So as you can see, the belt is for me, the belt is mine. I'm taking the belts back to Benin. There's nothing to discuss about it.
Well, I don't know about that. I think one man will have a different view when you say there's nothing to fight about. And I think that man is right here in the arena. It is all to fight for in the lightweight division. This is going to be a fight for the ages.
Normalement, la ceinture, je l'ai. Il devait même pas être là. Normalement, il n'y a plus rien à dire là. Je ne sais pas ce qu'il recherche là. Et s'il le veut, on va s'affronter s'il le veut, franchement.
As you can see, I already have the bets, but if you want, I can actually take on the challenge with him. There's no problem. The bet is already mine, so there's nothing.
Okay, now we need a proper face-off between the both of you. Can you please both stand? There we go. If you guys can come forward a bit. It's okay, come this way, come this way, come this way. Let's make it official. It is all for the gold.
Ladies and gentlemen, and here is the official face-off between your winner, Dos Santos, and JIBRIN Baba for the belt.
The lightweight championship on the line. And they are getting ready. Okay, congratulations.
And it's done. What are you going to do?
But they have to do it.
But did they file or not yet?
I don't know yet because I was here. But if they file, they will win it. But not because...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we come to the end of our events tonight. It has been an incredible fight card where we had 9 remarkable fights, and it was exhilarating from start to finish. Obviously, we would love to say a very big thank you to our partners, of course, our GOAT sponsors in Fearless Energy Drink. You had Ace Global Depository, you have the Bank of Industry, and of course, a very big shout out to our ticketing partners, throwing the W up with What a Deal. And I would love to say a very big thank you to the crew, and of course, those who have worked behind the scenes to put this out there for you. You can be a part of every conversation concerning the African Knockout Championship on social media. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and of course on X. A very big thank you to everyone who has been out here tonight, but most especially, the biggest thank you goes to you, our lovely viewers, watching at home, and for your support. Until next time, keep it going as a sports fan. We'll see you in the next African Knockout Championship. Bye for now, everyone.